In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the University of Michigan Sentiment Final Read for April. Forecast 50 spot 5 on the prior 50 spot 8, with a range of 57 to 47 expected. 1 year inflation final, forecast 6.8% on the prior 6.7%, with a range of 6.9 to 6.3% expected. And the 5 year inflation final, forecast 4.4% on the prior 4.4%, with a range of 4.8 to 4.3% expected. The conditions final, forecast 56.
Hello? Okay. Just a quick update here. You can see after this large move, right? We're going to do a quick correction. I don't know if it's sharp or it's the weekend too.
Some reports on X here. Reports from
what is going on?
Trade Group saying that
we got like double financial juice stuff going on. I can't hear this stuff unless I've got my headphones on. That's why if there's anything ever fucked up and I'm not wearing my headphones.
According to the
okay, you can at least hear that. So
tariffs would increase U.S. production.
I'm going to mute this for just a minute here. So we had a large move higher, right? I teach you guys basic Elliott wave. They do Elliott wave stuff on different time frames, of course. That's why it looks like a circle that goes around, right? Like, see stuff like this, right? Never ending, never ending, right? Infinite. I forget what this is called off the top of my head, but it's basically, I think it's string theory, but whatever. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't. It's like the butterfly effect and stuff like that. Point being is this. If this is an intermediate top on this time frame, after that big push higher, we have the first down move right here. We have the first up move right here. So A, right? B, and then C hasn't completed yet. So it being Friday, we could do a flat correction and then begin mooning. But we have we have some magnets. We've got an upside and downside magnet on the stock market right now. And I also want you to point this out. We had a nice little spike off the bell. So here's the high, but there was this big giant right here. Big giant wick. You see that right there? There's an even larger wick back there of sellers. I don't know if you can see that wick, but this was at 6:15 yesterday. Someone was angry, right? They don't want us being this high. If you're in the Discord, you'll notice that I showed you the range. At least until end of day, when gamma begins to wear off, and depending on where this Captain Condor guy wants to put the market, what his plan is over the weekend or whatever, because we're like kind of in the middle but kind of high right now. Also, note down below, we touched our wick up here in this gray box, so we have to pull back to support more than likely. I don't know if it's going to be something where we just flat correct here, and then eventually after closer to the end of the day we go higher. But I do think that we need to hold 5,400, which is somewhere down in this zone right here. And that would also complete the correction, right? You get this nice little correction going right here. Nice and easy. And you're just looking for taking a long. And how do we look for that, right? We already know, don't we? We already know how. This is a 5-minute chart, but I'll switch it to a 1 minute. I'll be on the stream here briefly. I've been falling behind all morning. I had things I have to do for the show, and then I have some admin stuff for the group that's come to my attention that I need to take care of. So I just need a few minutes here before I get on the show. But just think about it like this, in this perspective that, if we trade down here, just know your rules, right? If we go down here and we start bottoming, you know what you're looking for, right? You get a high, you get a new high, right? It's pretty simple. Hold on. What's going on here? What's going on here? Pen ain't working no more. if we start to, this is where the box is, right? So if we get the new high, we can jump on board and take the train higher, right? It's fairly easy. So we know right now where I've got this all charted out for us. It should be nice and easy. Here's your prior high in a 1 minute chart, right? If we go higher, if we go higher, we get the new high. We know we can probably begin to get a long. If you're already in longs, you could probably stay in them if you're like your time horizon. We're still trading 562 on SPY right now. So if you already have a long, let's say it's for like a month out or it's spread or something, unless we lose like, I don't know, unless we lose holding 5,400, just stay long. We're gonna trade this 560, and there's a reason for that. We're gonna talk about that reason today. Why we're trading 562. And no, we talked yesterday about why we're going to trade 562, but there's something else I want you to understand about 562. And its importance because of what happened at 573 matters. And it matters due to DivX for Q1 and the fact that we didn't go higher. And panic, I guess, and we'll discuss that in a bit. So just give me a few minutes. I'm gonna grab some more coffee. I got a few more little admin things to do here, and I'll just leave this up on a 1 minute basis. It's fairly easy to see. You also know they're gonna take a shot, right? They're gonna take a swing at it at 10:30 or 10 a.m. They're gonna take a swing at it at fucking 10:30. This is like bread and butter, right? Sell 10:30. And then look for a dip to buy. You can see this pretty clear as day, right? This is a correction. You can see it. There's a mini intraday correction. Sometimes they're flat. Sometimes we just do this, and then we move higher. And other times we do this, and we go violent to the downside to go higher. One, two, three. Okay. Just be patient. Let the market show you where we're at and how high we're going to go. And wait for the new high. Don't go in too early. There's no point. It's Friday. And we have more to talk about in that. We have more to talk about this too, because we're about what, $10 away from taking a short. So we should really start talking about why 562 matters. What's going to happen when we get there. And then, what if we're going to take a short or a hedge or a ratio spread, bear ratio to protect that downside. We're also going to talk about, what your thoughts are going to be if we go down there. We likely have to talk something. I posted something on Twitter yesterday that said, this is rock bottom, right? Or we could trade sideways on rock bottom or even lower. And what you don't want to happen is, I want you to think about what your feelings are on that today, where we are in the stock market, and then what your feelings would be like if we were down there. Does your perspective change? And is your perspective changing down there because we've breached something that shouldn't be breached, or is it just because we're down there? And we're going to do a thought experiment today into next week, or not next week. It might take us into the first week of May, but I want to do a thought experiment as a group, and we're going to write down how we feel today, and then we're going to revisit that on the drawdown in early May, and I want to get your takes on how you feel then, and then compare them to technicals in the market, almost like a journal. So give me a few minutes, and I'll be on here in just a few moments.
The US Trade Representative says it is constantly engaged with Japan and other countries in substantive and technical talks improving reciprocal trade. USTR says Trump ultimately will determine whether to proceed with alternative arrangements for countries that could eliminate or reduce the current 10% duties. US stocks rise slightly after the consumer survey data and retail sales revisions. S&P 500 last up spot 2% and the Nasdaq up 0.5%. So just making note of those March retail sales revisions. X Autos retail sales was revised up to spot 6% from 0.5%, and core retail sales revised up to spot 9% from spot 8%.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 90.
Check 1, 2. All right, give me just a second here. Just got to get ready. Hold on. Just when I thought I was ready, I'm done. Okay. Here we go. Can't be messing with my routine over here. Feel like the dude from what is it, Anchorman? Get fucked, San Diego. Wait till I just read what's on the teleprompter. check 1 2. Mic check. All right. Okay. Happy Friday. How are you all doing out there? Hope you're all doing well. I think we might have some admin stuff here for today.
Green says we're not sure if weakness in the UK economy is caused by demand or supply.
And we have a project to do. First, let's take a look at the market together. So,
Bank of England's Green says I'm more worried about supply. Really weak productivity growth as well.
just take a look here. You got a nice move, right? Nice, gorgeous move here. Now, there's a lot to look at, isn't there? Let's look at an hour basis. See where we're at. State of the market. And let's chat about this really quick. So, we have this nice, beautiful move higher, right? And we take the trip lower, right? Pretty easy, right? Let's look at it from this perspective. It's like scale out for a little bit.
Bank of England's Green says there are concerns about the impact of the government's budget changes.
We got the low. We got a high, right? We went back down again, and then we got a new high. Pull back, that's pretty strong, right? Telling us whatever this is going to be is probably going to get bought, right? They're just pushing. Wham, wham, right? They're just like, high, new high, let's do it. And what do? We actually predicted this. This was a funny moment because down here, people were like, we ain't going up. How high do you think we're going? I was like, we have a higher probability of trading 540 than we do of rolling here. And this was 500. And I'm like 400 points, and they're like, well, somebody asked me, when, Cap? I was like, today, tomorrow, by Friday at the latest. It happened that morning at 9:30. So we've got the new high. And what do we do here? This is important. We do a correction, don't we? Right? Little correction in there, right? And we get a higher low, right? A low, a higher low, a higher low. We got a nice higher high over here. And what I want to draw your attention to, if I could, is let's just take a peek right here. And look at that. We're going to change this to white. And I'm going to draw your attention to what? To this right here. And this little peak right here, right? And as far as I'm concerned,
Keep in mind, PBOC Governor Pan comments in a statement to the IMFC.
Look at what just happened.
Pan says China has policy tools to counter external uncertainty.
Excuse me here.
Will turn domestic demand into a main growth driver. Reiterates that the PBOC will cut RRR and the policy rate when needed.
We don't need to know about that. So we poked our heads up. Whoop, whoop, whoop. That's pretty good, right? That shows demand, doesn't it? We got our new high. Now, is there anything here saying that we need to go any higher today? You should say no, Captain Jim James. We have no requirement. Why is that? Because we made the new high. And we would expect that not expect, but, we'd give it about a 70% chance that we're going to make a new high, right? We're going to get bought down here. The next thing would be this. We know what corrections look like, don't we? Right? Or even, is it, hold on here. when we're counting all of this stuff, you can count on a daily basis, an hourly, a 4-hour, whatever. And when we're in these little time frames on a 1-minute basis, we can have corrections within impulse moves or corrective moves. You can have moves within moves within moves within moves. So this looks, we just, on the 1-minute basis, we cranked, right? Hell yeah, way up there, right? So now you're like, maybe we'll do a little consolidation. I don't know if it's distribution, but I'm thinking that it's consolidation. And I know we just got the new high up there. That's pretty cool, right? And I think we're going higher because of it. So where would we be going higher? Probably if we traded 550, maybe we'll make a return up here to 550, which we did, but we failed, which says we're going down. So we basically have closed this, right? Basically. And that we're looking for a dip to buy. So where is that dip to buy? And if we fit that bill of A, B, C, do we go up here? Or do we go down some more and up? Or do we go down some more and up? I don't know. And there's something else to look at right now. On the bottom right-hand side of your screen, this is the gap. The big old gap right there. And it's usually not that easy to get. You get it. But if I was a dealer, I'd be waving a bunch of stuff over there. I'd be flapping my fish at you and saying, you sniff it and like it? You want it? You're a bear going, yeah, I want it. Or if you're a bull and I'm like, got my red flag out, and I'm like, you want it? And the bull runs and misses the flag, right? And I move out of the way. I move out of the way, and I move out of the way, right? So this is a pretty big thing up here, isn't it? You know everybody wants it. Right? So it's like, it's glaring, isn't it? Perfect place to trap you in, isn't it? The pie, right? I show you my boobs, and then what? You know what you want after that, right? You want the rest of the package, don't you? And you won't stop until you get it, right? You'll think about it. Oh, boy. Captain Jim James showed me his sexy man boobs. All I want is that ass of his. And you're just going to think you're just going to think about it until I finally give that ass up, right? So I want you to just realize that there's this giant gap in here, right? This is important, isn't it? So let's talk about a few things. What can we divine here? Let's get rid of that. It was pretty messy. Let me get rid of some of this stuff here. Oh, no, wait a minute. What was that? Premium discount. We can leave that. Yeah. No, we don't need that premium discount. Get rid of these pivots. Bam. Okay. What do we need to know here? We already know. We've talked about this week. We've talked about. I talked to you about how when on every time frame we revisit points of interest. Why? So if you look over the course of 6 months or a year or 5 years or 3 months, 6 months, and more glaringly, in the course of 1 year, if you look and see where price is all year long on a 6-month basis, 3-month basis, the 3 quarters, like, wow, we kept going back to 400. I don't know why. Every quarter, man, we kept going back there. And then you see that on different time frames, right? And what have we been harping on? We've been harping on 5,400, haven't we? Then we were harping on 5,200. Right, we remember that over there? 5,400, 5,200, 5,400, 5,200, right? Areas of interest, aren't they? And what are we trying to do right now, right? We have areas of interest, right? 5,400, 5,200, 5,400, 5,200, 5,400. And so the question really becomes, are we still interested in 5,200? Why the fuck do we keep coming back and forth? And if we are we going to do it right now? Are we going to do it next week? 5,400, 5,400, 5,200, 5,400, right? And we're really trying to get the market interested in 5,600 and 5,700, not 52 and 54. So we kind of have to establish this 5,500, 5,600. and stop making trips down to 5,200, don't we? And it's probably going to take some time to do that. But we want to at least say hello, don't we? Hey, how you doing up there? Just going to poke my head up and let you know I'm coming for you. And so we're looking up here that we've got, gamma flip. We know how that goes. We go up there, right back down again, right? So we have to fight for that too. We got to fight for the gamma flip, likely again and again, and we also have to tag these upper bounds or near them to begin to stop speaking about 5,200. And 5,200 is still likely on the books. We will likely revisit this again. I shit you not. If not down here, a little bit of pain down here. So maybe not. Maybe it's only 510, this red and yellow area here, but it would be great to get down there and wick it, right? Wick it good. So if we know that this is going to be our jump point, if 5,400 is our jump point to say hello to the upside, and we find our biggest support much, much, much lower, right? Look at that again. If we're going that way, but you're looking for the best way to get there with the least amount of pain, it's probably lower, right? Down here, down there, any of that, right? Whether we go up there and do that, come back down here, right? Probably somewhere down here. So even right now, as we're probing these highs or not, or failing, should you be looking today for that trade to 56, 57 permanently? Probably not. It's possible that today we could get a pullback and maybe trade up there late day. But even then, if we take that trade, we're still looking for the next trade. Which trade, Cappy? The big boys, where all the money is. Where all the money is. Down there, down there, down there. Where is the money, baby? Always down here. Market's never straight up. Now we can chase this if we want. Intraday trading and stuff. But if you're looking for the big boy, start shifting your what you're looking for, participation rate or commitment. So we have another issue this morning. I want to show you this one really quick if I can. This is the 2-day gamma we talk about every day. This comes from Gamma Labs. Great guy, smart, intelligent, guy's awesome. And he keeps it simple. He dumbs it down like crayons. You guys know my feeling on these fucking sub-sellers that fucking make a whole industry out of this shit, right? This gamma shit. I'm like, I just keep it simple. Crayons. Okay, we got what? We got some gamma that matters down at 5,400, right? Look at that gamma right there. And we got some gamma that matters at 5,560. Now, the gamma that mattered yesterday was 5,200. But right now, at this moment, 5,400 matters. Why? So that we can introduce us into 56 and 5,700. Okay? So if that's the case, we can make some posits here, can't we? If I want to see the market probe the highs, even if I'm not actively trading, if I'm like, hey, Cap, I'm going to wait for that. I don't care about any of this, Cap. I'm down here waiting for the next trade, bro. I made all my money. I'm out. Leave this to the FOMOers. I'd be like, I get it. I fucking get it. Always be living in the scared fear. Always be down in the doom. Always be in the shit. I don't know, Cap. I'm scared. I know you're scared. Oh, Cap, you just blew up a trade. Yeah, but it was super fucking cheap. If I take it 2 or 3 times, I'm going to make 300, 400, 500%. and beat your ass trying to scrape pennies for 20%. So, it would be logical if we think that we need to pierce the veil to the upside, if we think that we're going to trade 5-6-0 before a roll, and we count waves, and we count everything else, we know about earnings, we count momentum, we know we're going to try to make some kind of a stab up here, right? Before a roll. Even if we fail, we know the attempt is needed. We got to get up there. We got to break out. It's time. And I'll explain why it's time later. We'll get into that, why we have to do this, but time matters here. We're heading into the first of two strong parts of our year, and the market wants to know, are we going up into middle of summer or not? Are we going to extend to the downside? So we need to find out. Where do we find out? On the daily trigger and on the weekly trigger. That's how we find out. If we start rejecting, can't hold on those higher frames, we're going to find the fuck out. We've got something else happening right now. What else is happening right now? Look what's coming up. Time is passing. The hourly trigger is coming higher. The half an hour trigger. Momentum is like a shark coming down from the depths of hell. And depending upon what that momentum is, if it's bullish or bearish or hawkish or dovish, we're either going to blast through or we're going to be supported to go higher. And just showing you those two bars, Captain Condor has now moved his condor tighter. He has rolled to 5,400. So see this bar right here? That's now down here. Okay? There's another bar up here. There's one more. Trying to establish instead of 54, 54.50. Right? We're also on the daily trigger. And remember, we also have the half an hour trigger coming up and the hourly trigger coming up. The half hour trigger is coming into the daily trigger, and the hourly is coming to 5,400. Seems like a place to look for inflection to the upside, right? Seems like it. So, what I would say here is we're in the middle, aren't we? We're not at 55.50. We're not at 55.50s right here. Right? And this is the bottom of our range. I mean, you could take a spread here, call spread for next week, and probably get it paid right where we are. But we're kind of in the middle, aren't we? Top, middle, bottom. If we break out, we can take that trade, right? If we break down, we can take that trade. But we haven't broken out, and we haven't broken down. So, there's no trade here. And, oh, hold on here. I don't know what the fuck that was. There's no trade here. We're consolidating or we're distributing. There's nothing to do. Make sense? If it was me, I would be looking for the trade lower. If they grind us and fade us, and if those 2-day calls and puts begin to wear off into the end of the day, and we don't get pinned down here with a new trade, we could see that gamma or like a not Vanna rally, the other rally, whatever the fuck it's called. But anyways, a mini like push up as delta hedging ends, right? You've got, I don't have to hedge this any longer, and we can start moving higher. So time may play a play into this afternoon. All right, so that's the plan for today. If we get a new high, go over here. If at any point today we beat this yellow box, we'll take a high. Make sense? If the market can go higher, right? Make that new high. There's another prior high back there. We got to take care of that one. We can start getting long. Make sense? To trade 62. If we don't do that today, I would be looking lower. If we can't do that from where we are right here, then I would be looking lower. And that lower is likely going to be right about where that likely going to be somewhere down here, right? Got a hourly trigger crossing the daily trigger. It's a nice little place. And we might even get a little slippage, right? You know, you get your second corrective move within a corrective move, right? Where you go down, 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 baby. Right? And then hopefully we can get picked up down here. And this turns into a wick, and that turns into a candle, right? And so we buy it and we go up. So just be patient this morning. Let the market figure out. Well, that I say figure it out, but it's not really figuring it out. I always like when people use digest. The market needs to digest the move, Captain. I'm like, okay, that works for me for now. If it's that simple, sure. Digest. Who? Makes sense to me. Okay, so next thing. We're going to shift into something else. Just a little housekeeping. So, you guys know I'm a Democrat. And when Joe Biden was president, you would get policy decisions that were clear, concise, and you could trade those things. And you normally didn't get that information from Joe Biden. So we never had him on the show. I think there was a few times I had him on the show. He had a speech or something that could move the market. We'd have him on. More times than not, it was a nothing burger. But White House policy, if they released it, could be a something burger, and we would discuss it. Also, at that time period, you got to think from the perspective of Joe Biden's in power. I didn't spend my days slam dunking on MAGA or Trump supporters. Spent my time focused on the market because that's my job, to make money in the stock market. And I realized that in life, you may need to go no contact with certain people. You might be like, hey, I can't talk to my mom and dad. It's too much for me. They're too liberal, or they're too conservative. They're Nazis. They're, I don't know, commies, whatever the fuck you want to call them. It doesn't matter. If you can't handle that, you remove yourself, right? Do not contact. You leave that group, though. My dad baits me all day long. Then I get involved with him, and the two of us are fighting at the table. Before you know it, I'm throwing a chicken leg at him, and he's throwing a ham at me. Nobody wants that. You shouldn't be baited. He shouldn't be baiting you, and you shouldn't be baiting him. And you could be probably enjoying yourself at a Sunday dinner somewhere else, right? And you certainly wouldn't pay for that, would you? For that, right? I went to a restaurant. It sucked. I ate at a restaurant. It sucked. Okay, so what'd you do? I went back to the restaurant and ate another horrible meal intentionally so that I could go on Google and complain. That makes no fucking sense, right? So there are other issues here. If I go to my dad's house and he's raging MAGA, and I can't. He's baiting me, and I'm baiting him. We're fighting. Now I anger my mom, my sister, my brother. I ruined their whole Sunday dinner too, right? My sister doesn't care. My brother thinks it's hilarious. My dad's pissed off. My mom doesn't want to see anybody fighting. Then I go, do not contact, right? Then I go to my job. Go to work on Monday, and there's a MAGA guy in there. He's got a big bumper sticker on his truck, and it pisses me off. So I bait him into a conversation. And I shit all over him. And before you know it, they're mad at me. HR calls me in. I think that guy's getting fucking fired. And in fact, he gets fired and I get fired because of how it devolved. They fire the both of us. Now I'm not going to Sunday dinner. I got no job to go to. And I go home and I scream at my girlfriend. I'm like, all these people are against me. Whine, bitch, and moan. Meanwhile, your girlfriend doesn't want to hear it. She just wants to have a good time. She loves you because of all the cool things you used to be, right? You used to go hiking, biking, skiing. You used to go, I don't know, whatever it is you do in your life, right? That's why you got together. Have fun. Have a good day. Now she doesn't want to be around you. So she dumps your ass because all you do is focus on that. Before you know it, you're alone. Now you might be happy in that space, but you are missing out on money, work, family, fucking. And that might be okay for you, but the rest of those people are off having dinner, off working, and fucking somebody else. And I think that's okay. But if that was me, I would have to be aware that that's what I chose. Now, what I'm not going to do if I make that choice is go back to that Sunday dinner the next week and shit all over him. Go back to my job and what? Burn the place down? And then go find my girlfriend and scream at her because she's dating another guy? You look like an insane person. You go to prison for some of that stuff. Make sense? So, there are outlets for that too. If I go to BluesSky, I can whine and bitch all day long, and no one cares. As a matter of fact, when I go to BluesSky, I like to piss on Democrats because I feel let down by my party. If I go to Twitter and bitch and moan, I catch shit from all the MAGA people. They're all there. They're like, you're a fucking commie cap. You're a traitor to your own kind. You're a traitor to the United States. You're a veteran. You're a traitor. You're not even a citizen. I'm going to expect those responses in those places. Kind of comes with the territory. If I go to my job where I go to make money in the stock market, I don't want to partake in that stuff there. Make sense? Because I'm there to make a fucking living and money. That's why I'm there. But even further than that, if I can find that neutral place, it gives me the opportunity to ask questions. Get some intel. Hey, Mr. MAGA, you're a great trader. Why don't you and I trade together? And in a constructive way, because it's not my fucking dad who I've known my whole life, or this asshole I have to spend 8 hours working in a cubicle with, or my girlfriend who won't listen to me bitch and whine all day long. It's a guy that I'm making money with. I can lean in and say, hey, man, what are the implications of this or that? Or what's your take being MAGA or whatever? Make sense? So I can get information because why? Trump matters right now. So I want all sources of viewpoints that I can get, the data that I can get because he moves markets. And we have to deal with that right now. I don't have a choice to turn him off like we did Biden. So you have to make a decision. Am I going to partake in this market or not, knowing this? Or am I going to pack my shit and leave? Pack up my toys, go home until he's gone out of the market. I respect that. I understand that. And it's not easy having to pay attention to this stuff if you don't like Donald Trump. But it's a part of this specific market. And I want to make another point here. No one seems to fucking think about the other side of anything. There's always, every trade, there's another side to that trade. There's always another side to a story. There's always an effect or a knock-on effect or a, if this happens, then what happens elsewhere? And I want to make a comment here that's important. Donald Trump says a lot of shit that sends people fucking up walls. If you're MAGA, you're like, look, he's fucking with him right now. And then you got Democrats saying, no, he's fucking with us, but he means it too. And he's like, the emotions are firing, right? Positive and negative emotions are firing. But I want you to think about something else. The DNC likely has to abandon the corporate Democrat base. And they will likely transform into a populist-driven party. Donald Trump's not a conservative, and he's not a Republican. He's a populist. That's what he is. You can look it up. Go to Wikipedia. Go to dictionary. Go look it up. He's a populist. We could invariably see this same thing. Inverse. You're going to get a Donald Trump that's a Democrat. More than likely. At some point soon. And sometimes I even say this. You'll hear me say, man, I feel bad for you, MAGA, because you have to deal with this shit with Donald. I don't like, I don't agree with MAGA. But I do understand having to deal with the bullshit with Donald Trump. If I'm a Democrat and I got a populist Democratic president that's running, I would fucking cringe having to listen to the fucking stupidness that I'm going to have to be suffering with that's bullshit and lies to get what they want to get done. Does that make sense? So we could be in the converse of this at any moment, where you're in the opposite side of it, where you're dishing it out to someone right now, but then when they come back to you and say, hey, motherfucker, I remember when you dished that shit out to me, you might be on the other side of that receiving stick, right? Where they just make funny all day long, bait you into arguments and conversations. So always be aware of that. There's 2 or 3 things here. One would be where this place is to make money. The stock market is to make money, no matter where you are. Wall Street bets, FinTwit, wherever. You're there to make money, number one. Number 2, you're a pleb. No one fucking cares about you. Wall Street doesn't care about you. Institutions don't care about you. Dealers, market makers, no one that works on Wall Street. Nobody cares about you. You already have a leg down. Your people are trying to fuck you all day long. And so you're going to turn to your fellow retailer and go, oh, yeah, fuck you too. That's insane. The only assholes out there that care about you are retailers. That's it. And you're automatically going to tell a third of them, 40% of them, fuck you, I don't need you. Fucking bizarre. You need all the help that you can get. I need all the help that I can get. And it gives me insight, pragmatic, objective insight into making decisions in the market if I have a place that's neutral. And for me, that's the stock market. So I want you to just think about those things. And the last part I'll leave you with is baiting, also known as trolling. If you're a moderator in my YouTube and you're a moderator in my Twitch, and I continue to see people baiting me or trolling me, you're no longer a moderator. I've already cleared out all mods once before. A couple years ago, right? Took all the mods off. Do it again. And there's two sides to this. If you find a troll or someone that is baiting, they are a problem. if I make a comment to me, or if someone makes a comment to me from the perspective of, you're like, hey, Cap, I'll have your mother home on Monday, I take that as funny. If I hear something different, though, right, a different way, hey, Cap, fuck you and your mother. The context is different, right? One is baiting me and one is having fun with me, right? We can kind of tell what the difference is between those two, right? If you can't, you got problems. That means you can't read or fucking room. But you can tell when you're being baited or not. And you can also tell if you don't know. Am I being baited right now? Is he laughing with me or at me? You can usually figure out if they're laughing with you or at you. And if you can't, it's always okay to ask. Are you fucking with me, man? Right? If they say, yeah, I'm fucking with you. Okay, all's good. No, I'm not fucking with you. Fuck you. Your mother sucks. She's a whore. Oh, okay, we're going to fight. Or not. So if you stop and you realize something, that the moment that you get baited from somebody, you're now fighting with them. You're choosing to fight with these people. I want you to think about that. So you've got someone baiting you or trolling you for a reaction and you succumb to it, you're now a part of the problem too. And I realize that happens. It happens to me. I get trolled. I'm like, I'm angry today. Oh, I'm going to go get that motherfucker right there. So we're all guilty of it. But if someone steps in and tells you, dude, don't feed that fucking troll over there, man. Don't engage. That's pretty cool to hear, right? Don't partake in it. Who cares? Fuck that guy over there. Ban his ass. But you might, or even I might have to put into a timeout, right? Like, shit, you're right. I fucking did engage. Fucking time me out. Or 2 days, 3 days later, I cool down and go, that guy's right. He was trying to tell me not to fucking engage. And I did. So my job was this. At my job, I would find a company, or not a company. I worked for a company that would say, hey, Cap, we need you to go to this place. We need you to go to this place. They're failing. And we want you to we want you to fix this, right? Okay. So I would show up, and normally when I would show up, I was docile. And I would listen to everybody. And I was like human resources. People would bitch, moan. They already knew usually some changes were coming. So people would willingly tell you things like, it's all fucking Jane's fault over there. Fuck that bitch. And then Jane would come in the office and be like, it's all fucking Mary's fault. Fuck that bitch. And then there'd be a third person would come in and be like, it's Mary and Jane. It's those two over there. Those fucking psychos. And then another person comes and goes, dude, it's those two over there. They cause fucking problems. All of a sudden, there's a fourth one and a fifth one. And you realize that the two loudest fucking voices that were baiting and engaging are normally the fucking problem. And they brought it to your attention, and then you get rid of both of them. Problem solved. And maybe it was Jane's fault, but Mary's like, well, I reported her, but now you engaged too. And nobody fucking else wants you doing this together with the rest of us. We all have to get moving on work. So you end up removing both of them. That's why you never trust human resources. You bitch human resources, and it goes to them, they have to solve it. And they're likely going to include you in on it. Normally, when people go to human resources, they're involved in it. If you're not involved in it and you go to human resources, you're probably safe. Hi, I'm sorry. I noticed over there's like two people fighting. That works. But if you're like, hey, I'm coming down to human resources because I just got into a fucking fight with Jane over there, you're likely gone too. Does that make sense? So if you're like an outside observer, you're probably good. But if you're one of the two in the middle of that shit, you're gone. Even if you don't believe it, even if you feel like you're in the right, it doesn't matter. So just a little bit of, we do this every few weeks, and I realize and I get it. I get it's emotionally charged. I get that people get angry. I get that people bait you. I get that you might not know that you are a part of the issue too. But And I realize right now, for where we are in the markets and the economy and the stress and the down move in the market, everything is horrible and everything is great for some other people, that there's going to be emotions running wild. The moment Donald Trump is a lame duck, you'll never hear talk about it again. You'll even hear the chatter die down everywhere. I remember during COVID, Donald Trump was every fucking trade. And then one day, he wasn't. And even my MAGA friends came to me and said, because I kept some MAGA friends, and they came to me and said, you know what? He's not influencing the stock market anymore. And I'm kind of happy that we're off the fucking subject to him. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to vote against him this next time because I need a fucking break. And I heard that more than I can tell you. This is their guy that they like. I need a fucking break. And we got one, didn't we? We got an old senile man. Quiet White House, didn't we? A break. MAGA helped you. It wasn't just you voting for that. It was like half the fucking country, slightly more. Everyone wanted a fucking break. So that will happen again here, too. There'll be moments where he's lame duck. And you'll see the conversation disappear because he's not triggering the market with the stupid shit that he says. But right now he does. So man up. Suck it up. If you need a break, take a break. If you need to cool off, if you need 3 days off, turn off the fucking internet. Put your phone down, put your laptop down, literally touch grass. I know it's a fucking bullshit statement, but you got to get away. Like literally get outside and do something. Not everyone is focused on this shit 24 hours a day. If you're really getting baited and you're slipping into it and then you're engaging with this stuff, it's time to chill. It's time to just ease up. Like literally go outside and do something. Go for a walk, go for a hike, go for a book, go anything that's not related to the stock market, the economy, politics, none of that shit. And you'll be shocked that there's a whole world of people out there that don't give a flying fuck about any of that. While you and I are keyboard warrioring, you know what I'll have you know, Mr. MAGA man, or you MAGA supporter, that your president is the Antichrist. I'll have you know, sir. All you need to do is go vote. Go to a protest or something. Donate. Volunteer. Do something. But like when you get in that rabbit hole and it's like constantly like, this is going to happen, that's going to happen, I'm going to fight everybody on the internet on my keyboard. Then say no. Take a break. Get outside and do something. All right. All right. So we're past that part. Now I want to go to the next part. So that conversation is closed. I get we're gonna have to revisit this once every few weeks. I get it. I understand. Dude, when we came into this Trump trade, I told people last year, I'm like, if Trump wins, I don't know if I can fucking stream. It's been brutal. I don't know if I can go through 3 years of streaming. I would rather just make videos at nighttime. I don't know if that's gonna happen. It might. I don't want to do this. I'm getting old here. We're 100 fucking days in this thing, man. 100 fucking days. That's it. I don't know if I can make it the whole way. So work with me. Stick around. Help me not go crazy. Help me say, Cap, take a break. Get outside, touch grass. All right, next thing. Moving on. It's the end of that conversation. Next thing, I want to talk to you about a journal. If you don't keep a journal, if you do not keep a journal, if you've heard of people keep Okay. Sorry, I want to just post this in the Discord. I think we're at a place where if you've never kept a journal of your emotions and how they impact trading, I think we're at a place where we can run a thought experiment on, are you subjective, objective, pragmatic? Are your feelings in check? Or even just, how do I think or feel depending upon what environment I'm in? So the first thing I want to do is I want you to, if you can, think to yourself, how do I feel about the market right now on 3 different levels? Short term, medium term, long term. And write that down. Write it down in a notepad, on your phone, whatever you want to do. Think about it for a few minutes. How am I feeling right now? Are you feeling bullish on the short term? Are you feeling bullish on the medium term? Are you feeling, not thinking, feeling? Feeling. Do you feel like this looks good for a setup to get up here? And I want you to expand that thought. So I want you to think about this right now. Write this down. So it's a 2-parter. Are you bullish for this move right here? Yes or no? And then I want you to ask you the next question. Okay? Are you bullish on this move right here? Yes or no? Now, if we get up there, or if we fail, I want you to look back at your answer. But here's the more important question. Here's the more important question. Or the second part of this question. For where we are right now, I want to know how you feel. Do you think we're going up here? My next question for you is, are you willing, or do you think, hold on here. Do you feel like it would be awesome to buy a dip down here? Would you buy that dip? For where we are right now, would you welcome and buy that dip? Now, we're not talking technicals yet, just feelings. Just feelings. And I ask that because if we technically break this or not, or if we're just down here and turning around, I'd really like to gauge your feelings versus your actions over here in 2 different places. Where right now we're up here. How do I feel about that trade? Great, bro. Oh, and bring it back down so I can buy it. I'd love to buy a dip. And then when we're actually there, do you still feel the same way? Or do you feel pain or fear? Well, now that we're down there, I'm actually kind of scared to buy that dip. Up here, it looked great down there. You know, now we're down here. And I'm kind of like, I don't know, we're going to crash now. Right? We're going to get on the depths of hell, bro. The reason I ask that, too, is we instead of taking 2 days, in 1 day, we completed the corrective move on Monday at 2:30 in the afternoon. And I know for a fact that some of you all thought, nope, we're going to do down more Tuesday, then we're going to do turnaround Tuesday. But we didn't. We technically did what we needed to do down there. We finished at like 2 in the afternoon. So on a technical basis, we did what we needed to do. And also, we plotted that. We plotted this roll down here, knowing it was going to happen. And we're kind of in that situation again, aren't we, over here? Make sense? And I'd really like to get your true, raw perspective in a journal entry. Hey, how do I feel about that pull down over there? Do I feel like that's going to hold? Am I going to get long on a new high on an hourly basis or something here? You know? Or am I not feeling it? Even if I'm thinking I'm going to do it, how do I feel here versus how do I feel up here? I think that's important as a trader to struggle with. I think it's okay to struggle with that. You're going to get traders that lie to you too. They're going to tell you things like, bro, I trade both sides. Bro, I'm a sociopath. I'm a American psycho, bro. No thoughts, no feelings, right? Cobra Kai, bro. If that was the case, you'd be what? You'd be flying a pretty nice private jet, wouldn't you? You'd be working on Wall Street, wouldn't you? So just as a thought experiment against feelings and how do we cope with that depending upon where the market is. And we really want to talk about that and look at that honestly so that we can say, hey, look, I felt like this before. I feel differently. What is different? And we'll then begin to attempt to dissect what those feelings mean. What did we miss when we're up high? Is it because technically you don't feel it? Or is it because of some other reason? Is it an environmental thing? Is it because everyone's happy? You're happy? We're all happy right now? And then all of a sudden we're all fearful. We're looking around for other people's opinions. What is it? The news that's coming out? Is it the data that's being released? Where's price? Why is price here? Why is that like that? How is it directly impacting my decision making? So write those things down. Write down like what are my feelings on my outlook in the short, medium, and long term. And then ask yourself, are we going higher to fit? Do I feel like we're going to 562 before the roll or not? And then say to yourself, next question would be, if we roll down lower, would I love to buy that dip, yes or no? Feeling wise, not thinking, just feeling. Yes, I feel confident that we could buy that dip cap. And then when we get, if we get down there, we'll look at that. We'll look back in time at your journal and ask you another time, how do you feel now about that? Not thinking, how do you feel? And reason being is your feelings don't matter, but they do impact decision making, sometimes in the negative. Or you can identify when those feelings come up and say, I shouldn't be thinking about those feelings that I have. I have to bury those somewhere. They don't help me. Or, boy, sentiment's really bad right now, and we're in the shithole right now. Probably a good sign we can go long, right? There's blood in the streets, right? So we'll look at that next week at some point. 2 weeks from now, maybe. So answer those questions in a journal. Just type it out on your own. Then in like 2 weeks, we'll come back and look at it. If we go down to the shitter, I'm going to ask you guys, how do you feel right now? Because oftentimes I'll find people that say, I don't know, Cap. Now, I might be picking the wrong bottom or dip on a 1 minute basis, but it's usually the turn, isn't it? Usually the turn. 9 out of 10 times. Scale out on an hourly basis, I'm scraping pennies on a fucking up move, aren't I? Or selling a down move on a higher frame, aren't I? So I want to know like, why do you feel scared? Or is it because you're thinking about rules, or you're thinking about your feelings? Do they play a role inside of your trading or not? And it's not for you to try to, this isn't an experiment to win either. Hey, bro, remember that time when you told me, how do you feel about buying that dip later on? I felt great, dude. How do you feel right now? I feel great right now too, dude. Like, it's not for you to say, look at how cool I am. It's for you to progress as a trader. So just write down your feelings, all the different feelings that you're thinking. And then I want you to reflect on yourself. Say, how do I feel right now when we're down there? Like, do I feel like I want to do this? Am I scared right now? Why am I scared? And then look to find out why you're scared. Is it just because of my feelings? Or is it because of a rule that I have, or technical reason I have, or a fundamental reason? Is there something that I'm missing? Is it something in the macro? Is it something in the economy? Something geopolitical? Is it something sentiment-wise? Like, what is the reason? So that we can figure that out and try to improve it if we need to. Okay, so that one's out of the way. So I'm going to write that down for myself right now. I already know how I feel. So we'll talk about that. Now, the third thing we need to speak about today. So the first thing was some housekeeping, right? Or a little bit of correction stuff. Some housekeeping. Then we talked about the journal and feelings. We're going to focus on feelings versus thought and critical thinking, right? Deduction, right? These are my rules. These are my tools. These are my fundamentals. This is my technicals. My fucking, I don't know, my eraser gang. I use gamma. I use fucking traditional charting. Whatever the fuck it is you use. Last thing is this. There's something else we have to talk about here. There's danger in the market right now. Uh-oh, I don't know what's going on over there. My phone, I'm getting weirded. Something's going on my phone. Okay, leave. Oh, no. Hold on a second here. Hold on. The hell? Hold on here, boys and girls. Okay, we're going to get rid of this future Fed fund future rate. We got to talk about something else. We not harped, but we talked about this yesterday, briefly. Southwest Airlines came out yesterday and said, we're in a recession, even if nobody else wants to call it. And I think the initial reaction by people is, oh shit, we're going into a recession, doom and gloom. And this, I'm going to make some other statements that can be true too. We have likely already done the recession trade, excuse me, we've already priced in a recession. Even if we were to make a quick trip down and up, this is pricing in a recession. A corrective move, a normal corrective move, would have been somewhere in here. There would have been a normal, on average, corrective move for the stock market, and we would have stayed on trend, making new highs into end of year. Make sense? So we front ran an expected correction in seasonal weakness. This move right here is pricing in either there or down here, pricing in a recession. and it's either finished or almost finished. Does that make sense to you? So when you hear the Southwest CEO say, we're in a recession, and you're like, oh, we're going to go down here and here and here to zero, more than likely not. Where the market is forward looking, we have priced in a recession. It's possible we get another down move and up, even maybe a little bit lower and up, but this is done. The majority of this trade is done. Now, you can call it, hey, we're going to do the recession trade because the guy from Southwest did that. But that recession trade usually looks more like this. Usually looks like a failure of all-time highs, a new low, an all-time high, and then a bloodbath afterwards. Just like that. This is actually what a recession trade looks like. If the threat of recession as it relates to the stock market, because it's already been priced in, if the threat of recession were to recede, or we don't get the recession, or anything like that, right? We leave the recessionary environment, you would actually see us fail the all-time high, go up to make the all-time high, and hold and continue to the upside. Does that make sense? Right? Fail, new all-time high, continuation to the upside. Coast is clear. Right? And we haven't changed our economy as well, right? We're cheapening the dollar again. Cheapening the dollar again. Cheapening the dollar again. That would imply that we're not going to change our economy, right? Right? Say yes, Jim James. That's why we go up so high. Because of our current economy. Now, if we stay the course, with changing our economy, I assure you, there's a very high probability that you're going to see us reject. And we're going to get nasty for 2 or 3 years. You're going to have a dual thing happen. Or a try thing. You're going to revalue the dollar. People think, well, the dollar's falling. How are we revaluing it, Cap? And I'm like, oh, you don't understand that. That's okay. I'll explain it better to you. As the dollar goes down, it's because other countries do not want to buy bonds. They've lost faith in the dollar, and they've lost faith in our bond market. Secondly, if you're going to revalue the dollar because you're manufacturing at home now, you don't need as many dollars. So when you think that Jerome is going to give you a cut or loosen financial conditions, it's actually the opposite. Jerome would need to remove money from the system. Right? Because we don't need dollars for other countries for our bond market, do we? We don't need extra dollars for Apple, do we? We're repricing. And we're revaluing the dollar even though it's lower. Even though the price is $1 or 80 cents, it still means more. It has more weight at $1 When we're in the other economy, the dollar has no weight. Not the dollar bill, like the price has no weight in it. It's like value within value. And then you have the destruction of companies, industry, the downsizing. This morning, China announced that it was not taking a large shipment of pork from the U.S. If I'm a pork producer, you might initially get cheaper pork because I have extra pork, right? China doesn't want it. I'm going to flood the U.S. market, try to sell it as best I can, sell it for dog food and cat food or whatever. But if I'm going to downscale those operations and can't find new buyers for those operations, I'm at risk of what? Bankruptcy, downsizing, firing people that don't get a paycheck anymore. The Fed removes money from the system when we change our economy. And financial conditions and macro conditions send us lower. Now you can escape it. You can escape this in gold until it's done. I would run from gold the moment that you see any upside moves. You should see gold go down. You should also see gold go down if we reach the bottom and the Fed starts to cut down here. You would exit gold too, because it's a good marker for the volatility of war. It's like the VIX of war. But the VIX never gets any more valuable, does it? It's like trades $9, trades $50, trades $9, trades $100. But once the thing is done, once we devalue the dollar and keep going up and change the trade war into no more trade war, gold invaluable. And when we're done down here, it'll be a race. If I own gold, I own a gold bar. Hold on here. I own a gold bar as they destroy everything, right? They suck dollars out of the system. There's $100 in the system. If I have $100 and they suck 50 from me, I'm fucked, aren't I? If I take the $100 before they suck it out of my hands, the Fed, the Treasury, and I buy a $100 bar of gold with other people, it's still worth $100. Once they devalue the dollar, $50, I try to get out as fast as I can and exchange that gold for $100. It's actually worth more now, isn't it? Because that $100 is now worth $50, right? But I get to buy 100 of them. They didn't take it from me. So instead of holding cash 100, I hold gold. So you don't want to be the last person here either, do you? You don't want to be the last person as we go up either, do you? So my point here is this. Be careful what you're reading. Depending upon where we are right now. And here's the last little bit. This is the actual point of this conversation. This group of people right here. This group of people right here. Remember that seasonal trade? Seasonal correction? Recession. Pricing in. These people right here, you can't trust them. These people thought we were going higher. So they could get out and wait for conditions to improve or unimprove. Anyone still long SPY? or that bot spy here is going to fucking unload. And they're not going to wait until we go up here. And it's important for you to look for whatever that behavior is as we get up there. And unless we get sentiment change, which we already know is terrible, terrible. When you hear like Trump talk about like, well, you know, we're going to stop these things, we're going to stop those things. China hasn't said they're stopping. I found it ironic yesterday that, or the idea that just because you started a trade war doesn't mean that they're not going to finish it. We have this like American exceptionalism where we think, oh yeah, the moment we stop the trade war, they're going to stop with us. They don't need to stop. Sentiment hasn't changed. Damage is already done. And you've done everything you've promised at this point. You've given me no reason to believe you. So I want you to think about on SPX right here, these people right here. I want you to look closely at social media. I want you to look closely at what people tell you. I want you to think about your emotions right now. And I really want you to pay attention to people that tell you, hey, bro, don't worry about it. We're going higher, man. We're going to break out, bro. Going all-time highs, bro. And are they just looking for a reason to sell into you? Or are we going to dip our heads up here, knowing that we have to wear these trapped buyers out first? Or maybe I'm talking to some guy up there on FinTwit and he's stuck. And he's like, bro, we're going up here, bro. And so we go up and he sells into me. And then we start rolling down. He's no longer long in the market. And we come into this bottom and he's short now. He just wanted out of the market. He got short and we're down here. And I see him out in FinTwit and I go, bro, what do you think? We're going long here? You were telling me we're going to all-time highs. And he says to you what? Oh, hell no, man. We're going down, bro. Everything is bad. We're going to the depths of hell, man. I want you to think about when you consume the information like, we're going all-time highs, bro. And the perspective of who you're listening, gathering your information from, consuming all of it. And the emotions of the people, the stories, the social media posts, what drives this? And I'm also fascinated to find out, have we worn out those buyers that are trapped? If we have wiped those buyers out, that means we moon, doesn't it? If it doesn't, if we haven't worn out these sellers that are now trapped right where we are, we might have to hit it a couple times, huh? Whack it. Whack it. If these trapped buyers join forces with new panic sellers, or if conditions change sentiment-wise, geopolitically, with Trump, with trade war, with any of that, and let's say we get buy pressure or sell pressure, we roll down, and then all of a sudden Trump shits on us, or we have shortages everywhere, or people are panicking, then we got to take that seriously, that downside move, don't we? So we got to be very close. This inflection point is huge. And why is this huge? This is huge because we are deciding right now. We are making a decision of trading the recession trade. If we come down here and begin to break down, that's false. We're going to price in a depression trade. So we need to know. That makes sense? And we'll have another inflection point like this where? Up here. Not failing all-time highs, we're not. We're definitely pulling back. Unless materially something changes. I don't know, Trump and Z are fucking naked in a bed together. But this would be the next major one if we do the recession trade. We're going to find out. Because I'll tell you what this looks like. This one becomes a fucking doozy. Just like this is a doozy, this one gets fucking violent too. We have two bad outcomes here. Two. Two major inflection points. So I'll leave you with that. Or hold on. I want you to think about where we're trading right now, what your feelings are on where we're trading, knowing that they are right here. And look where price is. I want you to think about where we are right now, where these guys are. Look at this. They got dropped. Look at this. Look at this right here. I bought a dip. And I got fucking annihilated. Do you know how many people just went off the crazy train here? Everybody. Tale as old as time. Where are we trading right now? Right here. Bought a dip, sent to the depths of hell. So if we don't go to 560, or if we do go to 560, or if we reject here because we know people just want out, wouldn't it feel better to pick this up lower? Or above it, right? Either above it, or even a nice back test would be nice on the daily, wouldn't it? That would be nice. Hey, we actually wore these guys out. Hey, conditions have changed. Hey, Trump brought it all back. Hey, Z capitulated. Hey, I don't know, didn't even capitulate. We just got everything's awesome now. Whatever the fuck it is. If not, I'd love to close that gap, wouldn't you? Right? Don't even get cut up in here. Just trying to close the gap, baby. We'll take another stab at it right here. Oh, we're breaking through. How about I smoke a doobie until we do? You battle this and that next roll down. You go ahead and do your thing. I'll trade what's the zone right now until we get into the new zone above. So, and we're pretty close to that, aren't we? We're fairly close to the roll. You see it? Fairly close to the roll. We just want to do bing, bing, grab the dip, get back up there, and then begin taking this bullshit out. Get rid of that. Make sense? Up, up, and away. Hope it matters. Hope it matters. Or hope you can get some perspective on where we are right now. There are trapped buyers selling right now. They're here. They're just getting out right now. They're like panic zone. I can't blame them. We may never come back here again. That's what they're telling each other. If you want to know the reason, if we're going to revalue our currency and our market and our economy, in their view, they're making a correct assumption that their thesis is we're going to go through some type of a depression, recession depression, or I don't know, a modern depression. Maybe not the same way as we did in the 30s. And Jerome Powell brought that up. Jerome Powell quoted, "We have not seen these financial conditions in modern history. The last time that we did this was in the 1930s. He said it just last week. So if people are getting out here at 562, 550, 572, I can't blame them. And there's another side to this, which is if the banks are trying to hastily exit and are telling you and I, we're in the recession trade, bro. That means we're gonna fail all-time highs and then make an all-time high. They might not be. They might be doing everything they can to deleverage at 52, 62, and 72. It's like sell, 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 sell. So we'll watch for it, and we'll pay close attention. This is an important inflection point in the market. Do not trust people. Write down in a journal your feelings versus price action. And the reason I say feelings is because I know a lot of you form your opinions from the news you consume, the social media you consume, the data that you consume, not from the source, but from regurgitators. And this is one of those places where we can try to deduce, are those reliable sources or not? I read a real cool article yesterday, by the way. Let me show you guys a cool article. And this is on the same topic. All right. In this order, Hang tight here. I'm going to post these for you. I already did this. And I was astounded by the change in my viewpoint. So my question to you, I'm going to post this in the Discord right now. Ask yourself, what is the state of illegal immigration, employment, and the housing market? Then read these 3 articles and their discussion in order. And then let me know what your thoughts are. It's going to take some time. I think it took me an hour and a half to read all of the articles and the data, consume it, digest it, understand it. And then I had to rethink some of my thoughts and theses on these subjects. But I found those 3 here. Let me know your thoughts. Well, I had read those 3 articles. I read the corresponding discussions, and then there were some tangents that they went on in the discussion. Like as data comes in, your ideas change. So new data presents new ideas and facts. So data is constantly evolving, right? You put a set of data together. Well, it's 2 things here, right? Data makes a lot of assumptions, so data is not always accurate, but you have to base your decisions on the data available, on those assumptions, and then it evolves over time would be the second point. So I thought it was interesting to read this, and for a bunch of different reasons. What's reality, what's not reality? And then number 2, what's regurgitation, what's not? Number 3, what's the state of the economy? What's the state of the consumer? Basically that. The consumer, their employment, their housing markets, all that kind of stuff. So if you're like looking at those trade war stuff and war with Ukraine and China, this is at the home front, kind of a discussion. And I would even posit that because I watched a video this morning. I posted it on Twitter. This morning I posted a video on YouTube about tariffs, the tariff black box basically. And the video was, it could have been edited better, but it was a thick video. It was an hour and a half, 2 hours long. So I skipped around in it, but there was a part of that. There were parts in that video that were great. It was about tariffs, called Tariffs, Schrodinger's box, or Schrodinger's tariffs, I think I named it. And it was fascinating because this one guy is an American manufacturer of computers. And he just explained, or him and another guy, the interviewer and him were talking about a chip, motherboard actually. And the interviewer was like, I counted the parts on a motherboard once, it was in the thousands. He's like 1,000 different pieces on a motherboard. So you've got a computer that's assembled or built in the United States, made in the USA. Woo! Woo! Computer made in the USA. But then and we don't think about this, right? So like, there's a computer. And inside that computer, or you see like the housing, you see the motherboard, you see the mouse, the peripherals, you see the monitors attached to it. So you might be like flippantly saying things like, "Oh yeah, we can get that built there and move that over to that country and move this over there, whatever." But in that video, the one guy's like, "Oh, this motherboard has thousands of pieces," and the other guy goes, "Oh, I know." He goes, "And there's only one company that makes that one little piece right there. That little thing, that doodad." And he's like, whenever that company runs into manufacturing issues, that makes that one doodad on that multiple thousand piece board, it stops production everywhere. That one doodad maker, if they run into manufacturing or supply issues, can shut down NVIDIA making the chips. AMD vaunted. Your favorite computer company, HP, Apple, doesn't matter. That one doodad guy, he fucked it up. You actually saw during COVID when Tesla was building their cars, they had supply problems, right? They were raiding computer stores for zip ties and Home Depots to zip tie wires and batteries. Did you know that? Because it's like a log jam. And in this case with tariffs, we have the added tariff, not just supply restrictions or sanctions, or we can't do business, or we can't lay out this money. We can't afford, we don't know if people want to pay for this. So there's a bunch of these questions were raised in that video. And can we get a zip tie? Can we get a doodad maker? How long will it take to get a doodad maker? How complex is this? How complex are these tariffs? When you want blanket tariffs, what does it actually apply to? Everything? Are we getting exemptions on certain items? Even if we get an exemption on a chip, let's say NVIDIA gets an exemption. All right, here's an exemption for you, NVIDIA. Go make your chips. But then you find out that there's 120 or 145 plus 20 plus 20 tariff on the doodads and on the case. You find out that 2/3 of the computer price is usually chips, but that other third is now up 200%. So you didn't escape even if they dropped NVIDIA. And if they kept NVIDIA, it's probably double. More expensive than you can even believe. Your $1,000 computer now costs $5,000. Or even $3,000 for the other components that didn't get a blanket. Well, why is it still expensive? We gave a blanket tariff ban, or we didn't give tariffs to NVIDIA. Well, AMD didn't fucking go to the table and kiss the ring, so they didn't get any. It's all the other little things. It's the intricacy of complex systems that we've created in this global supply chain, right? It's very complicated. And then we have another problem here, too, which is we have fear of tariffs, tariff implementation. Let's say we go back and we don't change our economy. Do those prices come back or no? Is it just another chance for greed? If I raise prices on my computer chip from $1,000 to $2,500, and this all fixes itself, can I keep my prices at $2,500 or not? Can I do it for a year, 3 years? What about if the volatility? What if the fear doesn't leave of Trump not changing? Does that mean that we're going to have stupid profits for another quarter or two? I want you to think about Trump, what he's saying to you right now. I want you to read the news here. Yesterday, you had Washington Post and New York Times and Besant and Trump all saying, well, it might not be that bad. Well, we want more time. That means more profit, doesn't it? It actually means ridiculous profit for a lot of these companies in some cases. But then you've got companies in the lurch. In that video, there was a guy, or I think it was Louis Gossner or whatever the fuck that guy's name. He's always angry. But he's like, I buy these computers to resell. And he was like, but if I have to buy them again, I don't know if people want to buy them a second time. And they'll be double, maybe triple the price. And I don't want to get hit with that tariff bill, so I'm not going to buy any. I'm going to gauge or take pre-orders. And that's the conundrum that we're in right now. Is do we get massive profits and cranking? Are they going to raise the price of everything? Are we going to? I mean, it's to some extent or uncertainty is even worse than the tariffs. You freeze companies from buying more product. You could bring the economy to a standstill. In some ways, what was said yesterday is worse than getting those tariffs because they're known quantity. You're not waiting to buy things for 6 weeks, 8 weeks, a year, 6 months. So watch that video too over the weekend. Today's Friday, right? Read those. I got all kinds of shit for you. Write down a journal entry. Then I want you to read these 3 articles and look at the state of the consumer. And then I want you to think and watch that video that I posted about tariffs and the complexity of tariffs. And then I want you to apply that to your outlook on a macro level as we roll. I want you to watch this show, of course, and have me spout off at you. And then I want you to do this work. And I really want you to do that work because I want you to not be fooled by astroturfing, by selling sizzle, by psyops, by bullshit, by selling newspapers, by selling ohm to you. I want you to be able to make an informed decision and say, that doesn't make any fucking sense to me right now. Why the fuck are they saying that? You know, rather than regurgitating. Dude, did you hear what that guy said? Dude, did you hear what that guy said? So you can listen to when people talk, are they telling you the truth or not? Like when Jerome did. He spoke to you truthfully. You've got the Oracle of Omaha. He now owns what? More of the bond market than the Fed, right? Last time he did that, do you know when that was? The Great Financial Crisis. We're turning into the U.S. to buy those bonds, aren't we? We're turning to the Fed to buy those bonds. You've got writing on the wall everywhere. You just have to find it. You want to check the data from the Fed. You want to listen to the Fed chairman. You want to listen to the policymakers. You want to compare what they're saying. You want to trust guys like Warren, right? Buffett. Why is he buying all of these bonds? When was the last time he bought all these bonds? What percentage? Why is this important? What is the uncertainty? Hey, man, did you hear Trump's going to not implement all these things? Isn't that awesome? I was just told that in the news, bro. Here's the prior high. if we can get gamma decaying at the end of the day, we could ramp. So we're theta burning. Yeah, you guys didn't know we are going to theta burn this? I told you this morning. We're correcting. It's either going to be flat or sharp. That's what we're doing, right? Back and forth, back and forth. Okay. So we could, if Captain Condor doesn't fucking fuck us at the end of the day today, we'll know like 2:30 this afternoon. We haven't gone nowhere, have we? Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Why is Jim James just blasting me all day long with a chat? Why is it that I listen to this show and all of a sudden we're trading? Woohoo, baby! Woohoo! Woohoo! Right? And then we come into certain segments of the show and he just blasts for an hour and the market goes nowhere. It's because we know we're just doing nothing right now. Not a goddamn thing. Okay, so if we do nothing all day long and we get closer to the end of the day and we watch our times, we could begin to see a breakout up or down. When would we think that might begin? What time of day? Start making some moves. Probably, if we're going to make moves, probably closer to the end of the day, either up or down. So we're going to start paying closer attention as the day wears on. You've got your homework for the weekend. Remember what I said about looking for this kind of stuff. Let's take a look on a 30-minute basis. See what we got going on here. Right. How's that? It's getting bigger again. Look at that. That hourly looks good. We cooled off a little bit. See the cooling off? And we're just starting to get ready to go ramping up again, right? Woohoo, baby. Woohoo. Right? Big push. Calm down. Velocity now heading higher again. See it? About to start ramping. Looking kind of bullish to me. I like it. Look. So go back down to 1 minute. And we're going to start thinking about that end of the day rampo-rama. That push, baby. All right. Let's see what we can see. Let's look at our rules. Take a look at our rules. We got a low. We got a low. We got a higher low. We got a higher low. Ew. We're in the zone of consolidation. And we held the half an hour trigger. And velocity is on our side. And what do we know about up here? We know there's trap buyers. And they're looking for any chance to sell. So what can we posit? We know there's trap buyers up there. Where can we posit? We can make the posit right now that we think that there's a lot of sellers up there. And they're lying to us. We also can posit that they're going to run fucking positive stories to get us up there so they can get the fuck out, right? We can also posit that if we go up there, that the first fucking sign of no more demand or something mechanical is no longer valid, that we're going to reverse until we wear those sellers out, right? Make sense? So today in this particular instance, we have a low, a higher low, and a higher low. That's all bullish. Woohoo! Now we're going to watch for what? We're going to watch for, do we get the new high? Right? Do we get the back test? And can we begin to make our way up into the close? And possibly break out. And we have a gap. Check that gap out right there. Now, let's look at something else here. If the intraday correction is done, right? We haven't broken above that high yet, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, something like that. Let's go back and look at this again. So we got 1. We got that prior high too from yesterday. Forgot about that one. We don't need to take that one out. We need to take out the intraday high. So right there, there's one. Back test. Take out the high from yesterday. Back test. Get the new high. Right there. Fairly easy. Now we'll get rid of all like, what are we going to do here, Cap? I don't know. Me neither. If this is true, we don't know if it's true yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? What do we need to validate the most? If this is 1, 2, 3, the other right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. What can we deduce from this? Well, we can intraday trade this. That's trading the zone, right? Trading the zone, right? So from between 1 and 2, we trade the zone. We stay out of number or the end of 1 to 2, don't we? If we peek our heads above, we look for a back test to go higher, either there or there, right? So let's say we peek our head out. We come back down. We make a new high and a high at this point. That is your best, most productive trade. Why? Well, if this turns out not to be a 5 mover and it's just a correction before we do this, it doesn't matter, does it? If we do this, it doesn't matter. This is probably your best. Oopsie, I shouldn't have done that. Ah, shit. So this is your best leg. These are your runners. 3 to 4, best leg. Runners on leg 5. Make sense? If it fails, doesn't matter. You made your best money right here. Make sense? So we're going to watch this closely. And watch for a new high. If we don't get the new high, what do? We slide it over. Go back down, go back up again. Go back down, go back up again. Go back down, go back up again. That make sense? And just move it over, move it over, move it over. So right now, we're going to leave it right here. And we're just going to watch. Actually, we should probably move that over, huh? Hold on here. That looks like shit. Let's do it like this. Oh. We got the low. Sometimes my shit doesn't look good. Sometimes my crayons suck, don't they? We're making a lot of assumptions, aren't we? There's one for the new high. That high right there. That high right there. We can extend these. Do that one if we wanted. Normally this bigger leg is like that. This would probably be the same part of the same leg. This is actually one leg right here. That's actually a leg within a leg. Okay, so we'll do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is after the bell. See it? 1800. Time. Right? Here. And there might be a little bit of leave that right there. A little bit of intra crap in there. Let's see if we can get a new high intraday by 1:30 in the afternoon. Wait a minute. Let's see if we can get a new high by 1:30. You're like, God damn it, Cappy. What's going on? What up, Shane? What up, brother? I hope you have a great weekend, man. What are you doing this weekend? I thought I was going to go out and do something, but I'm not. I'm kind of, like last weekend was like supposed to be vacation week. That didn't happen for me. I'm sick. And then I was like, oh, maybe I'll get something this weekend I can do, have some fun. That didn't happen. I just looked at my weekend and I've got like stupid things. I got to bring my bikes to get them. I don't have time to fix my bikes or tune them up. So I got to bring them to get them tuned up. I got to return a camera lens. I got the wrong lens. I got to do a bunch of returns with Amazon. I got like shit I got to do. What up, Bazra? What up, brother? Let me change this here. I gotta get both streamed. I only have the chat from YouTube. Now I got the chat for YouTube and Twitch. Yeah, Twitch and YouTube. I like putting my kids in Uber. It's better than a New York driver. I do. Let me just do some ticks here for you guys. There's a thing right there, and there's a thing right there. Let's make sure I got this right. One right there, one right there, one right there, and one right there. Cool. I think we're good. Trucking down to New Orleans. So I've got this. You know what? How about this? Give me 5 minutes. It's Friday. I'm going to take a break. Give me 5 minutes. I'm going to get you guys, I think. Hold on here. Give me a second here. I'm going to do something today. Hold on here. It's not done yet, but I'll do it today. We'll do it today. Fuck it. Let's do it. Let's make this a good day. Hang tight a second here. Hold on. Give me one quick second. I got something cool for you guys. Good question. What is that? Hold on. A second here. What? Hey, hold on a sec. Hang tight a second here. I got something for you. I got a better one. I don't have a better one. David's got the better one, but we'll start with this one and then we'll so we can all follow each other at least along the way. Hold on here. One quick second here. One quick second. We'll get this done today. Fuck it. Right there. Right. Okay. Want to say here? All right. Oh, wait a minute here. Oh, no. Hold on. Give me a second here, guys. I guess we can do this together. You guys are interested in that yellow box too with the little line in it? Hold on a second here. Save as. Okay. All right. Turn that off. What did that? Oh, no. Cancel. Let's turn that off. Yes, leave. Okay. And then I'm going to ask. Here. Let's see what we can do. What we got here? I gotta do some more stuff in the background here. Oh, wait a minute. No. What am I doing? No. What am I looking for here? Direct messages. These are the right people? Yeah, these are the right people. Shit. And I should probably ping. Can I forward this? Yeah, I can. Forward that. And oh. Trucking and to New Orleans. Go back over here in Discord. What are you guys doing? Fucking we'll do it live, Coco. What up, Coco? Yeah, I'm trying to get back down. Hey, look at that. Spy with the new high on the intraday, baby. Woo! Yeah. Yeah, we hit it. We hit it. Yeah, woohoo. Yeah. Oh, yeah, baby. Do it. Oh, yeah. Get up there. We did it. We got the new high intraday. We got the new high intraday. We got the new high intraday. Now we got to take out all this other stuff behind. What's our next target? Our next PT. We need to get over it, right? We need to get, now we need to get what? Over, right? That's the next one. That means what? So we pull back, right? There it is, right there. And then we go where? Up, right? Up, up, above. And then we go here, or maybe lower, or maybe up here, right? Woohoo! Not bad, not bad. SPY now trading 548.43. We want to get above that white line if we can. And we actually want to get above a bunch of lines. We want to get above this one and this one right here, these three. This band right here. We want to get out of these three right here. We'll get a pullback at some point. We can catch pullback here. We'll start trading these next bands. We got PT1 right here, PT2, PT3, PT4, 549.98. We should also get a pullback once we hit 500. So if you're looking back over here, this is going to be your wall of volatility. We could get a slam down here. We could have a little bit of, a little bit of craziness at 4 p.m. Right? Target 549.97 SPOOs with a major pullback thereafter, possibly into the day. SPOOs now trading 548.54 to the upside. Woohoo! Woo, yoo-hoo! 548.54, baby. 548. What do we need to do here? What do we got to do now? What do we got to do? We get above that 500 over here, right? Make a stand up here, get a new high, and we're off and running, right? Not bad, right? Sitting on it right now. Look at us poking our heads up right now. We've already done that earlier. We hit it. We actually poked our heads up this morning, right on the open. So we already did it once. That told us we're going higher. We're going to start trying to take out some of these highs. Woohoo, baby. Sweet. Implied we're going higher on the opening bell this morning at 9:30 this morning with a spike up. Now we've got trend day going on. We're going to now establish ourselves up here like we're King Dingaling. We're going to try to make some moves to the upside like Tony Montana. We have this little pullback, make a little island in the sky, start building out Poop Island again. 548.54 target hit. Looking to trade 549 and some change to the upside, baby. Thanks for that tip, whoever gave me that tip. I don't know who did that, but thank you very much. I appreciate it. Happy fucking Friday, baby. Happy Friday. I love you all. Seriously. I'd be buying pullbacks to the 1 and 5 minute trigger here, trading 550 with stops underneath it. Dun 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 dun. What up, JNC, baby? Happy Friday to you. We already did the tip early. We did the tip at 9:30 this morning. So we're good with the tip. This isn't the tip. Now we're going lube now. We had no lube tip earlier, just the tip. Remember you know what they always say, right? Okay, just the tip. I've done that before. That was my first real girlfriend. I did the soaking thing. I'm like, I don't know if we should have sex. And I swear to God, I was like, could I just put it there? And within I couldn't get laid. She wouldn't have sex with me. So you know what I did? I had to do the other stuff to make a woman happy. Inside the bed. Within a month or 2 or 3, I lost my virginity. I was like, woo, virginity gone. Achievement unlocked. But she taught me. She was like, you got to do this other stuff, man. I'm not letting you put it in there. I was like, I can't just stick it in there, raw dog it. They're like, nope, you can't do that. You gotta sweet talk me into it. That's a good thing though, because for the rest of my life, I was always like, okay, if you take care of a woman outside of the bed, and then you take care of a woman inside of the bed, you get what you want. They'll come back for more. Remember that, boys. Take care of a woman inside the bed. Come back. Like, you want to do some other stuff? Like, what do you want to do? It's like showing up to COVID and you're show up to COVID and you're like Mr. Krabs. By the end of COVID, you're Mr. Krabs dressed in the S&M shit, like black leather and whips and chains. You're like, okay, I'm ready to do all this new stuff with you. Just the tip. You're not doing just the tip. I'm like, what? That doesn't work? No. Come back again later. Go read a book. Like fucking. All right, we're starting to turn this into green right now. Boom. Look at that. We're building Poop Island 2 or 3. We're going to try to build like Poop Island on Poop Island. You ever go to the beach when you're a kid and you get that wet sand and you just let it drip into Poop Island and then the wave comes and washes it away? Like you get the sand castle. You get like the dry sand castle. That's like more like a pyramid. And you get like this kind of moist sand castle. Then you get like the poop sand castle. It's like right by the water's edge as the surf is coming back in. The high tide's coming back in. Then it washes it away and it's like making it with like poop water. Poop Island. That's right. Lines in the sand. Poop Island, baby. All right, give me like 5 minutes. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna drink some coffee. Take a quick break. I'm a little angry here. I was gonna get a hotel room for movement downtown, so I was close to the action. I don't have to go home back and forth every day. And I was like, oh, I'll get a hotel with a pool and a hot tub right outside of movement. And I felt like get too hot, tired. I won't necessarily sleep there, but like pop out of the movement, then take a shower, hot tub, pool, whatever. And I can't seem to get a room. They're like surging the rooms right now. It's like the first day I'm talking to the travel guy for the VIP shit, and they're like, the guy's like, well, we can do this and we can do that, we can do this. And I'm like, okay, let's do it. And then he calls me back or emails me back, and he's like, I'm sorry. We're calling and emailing too, but he's like emailing me. Oh, sorry, it's gone. I'm like, okay, well, give me anything. Best thing you got. Whatever. It's got to have a pool and a hot tub. And this guy, we've been back and forth for like 3 days now, 4 days, and I still don't have a fucking hotel room. So I guess I'm paying a lot in Ubers, like, but it's like, 15, 20 minutes to get where I'm going. Like, Detroit's a weird place. Like, get anywhere takes time. So, and movement is like huge traffic, can't leave, can't get out of there. And you have like no drivers available, so you could be like 3-hour round trip kind of a thing. And I want it to be like 15 minutes, like leave movement, hop in a hot tub, come back for the night show, eat some food in a dope restaurant, dope bar, and then go back to movement for the night show or go to the surrounding shows. I'm having no luck right now. So I'm kind of bumming. Kind of sad right now. So give me like 15 minutes, quick break, go potty, check on that email. I'll be back with you guys in a few minutes. Way is showing right now that it's higher. We've got a target above of 549.97. Once we hit that 550, we'll see if those really scary trap bulls are going to unload on us up there. I would bet you that as we get up here and we touch that 550, that we're going to get some auto selling as we get up there. So be careful as we head that way. Almost guaranteed. SPY shares in particular. Not SPX. We're already above 5,000 and 5,500, but SPY in particular. We'll wait and see if we trigger any sellers up there. Right around here. I think there's some people hiding right up here. Let's go check those people out. Let's check on them and see if they're sad, if they're lying, if they're gonna stay with us until we go to all-time highs again. Have we worn out the sellers? Has sentiment changed? Has the message from Trump changed? Has the message changed everywhere else? Has conditions changed? What has changed? What has not? I'll be back with you guys in a minute. Oh, and I put the squawker back on.
We're seeing Tesla shares extend gains to around 10%.
Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, baby. Just keep on, keep on, keep it on, keep on, keep it on. Not bad, right? Trade the zone to zone, right? Breakout, back test, up, up, and away. Oh yeah, baby. What are we looking for next? There we go, right up there. Woohoo!
UK Chancellor Reeves says today I met with US Treasury Secretary Bessent to discuss a UK-US deal.
Watch this closely down here. $5,500. See if we can hold up. And trade a new zone up here. I'm going to show you one more thing. All right. Ready? As gamma changes throughout the day, especially on Fridays, right? We have a lot of expiring gamma, right? And we get new gamma that comes into focus. 2-day gamma makeup is now changing. This is 5,500 and this is 5,545. So let's take a look at where we're at right now. We're at 5,500 and this is 5,545 is right here. And right roughly right there. Pretty easy, right? We'll bring this down actually. 5550, 5550, 5500. I will post this in the Discord for you.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the weekly Baker Hughes rig count numbers. Total rigs prior 585, oil rigs prior 481.
No, hold on.
In 5 minutes' time, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the weekly Baker Hughes rig count numbers. Oil rigs, prior 481, total rigs, prior 585. So keep in mind, we're shortly expecting the results from the US Baker Hughes rig count for the week. Baker Hughes total rig count 587.
A note here that there is a gap.
483.
But you can see there's a little gap up here. 549.41. This does not imply that we trade the 5-minute trigger. Just that's how deep we can go. We could hit just the 1-minute trigger here. And do this one right here.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only
And then pop down.
$99 a year for our real-time service.
Right here. And go higher. Like that. I don't even think we go that low. Something more like that would be appropriate. Proto, or the worst case. I'm trying to give you the worst case scenario here. A little bit more. Take out the gap. Just take it out. Take the gap. We'll pull back in a minute. Take the gap out. We're here. Do it. Get rid of the gap. 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 Touch the gap. Take out the gap. Teeny gap up here. Take out the gap. Did we hit the Tesla 287 yet? Did we hit the third target finally on Tesla? I gotta check all this stuff. I meant to check all the calls, but I have all the calls this week. I haven't checked them yet because we have some delayed actions on some of them. Tesla. Oh yeah, baby. Hey, hold on here. Oh, wait a minute. Break time. Wait a minute. No. There we go. Hey, just a heads up out there, okay? Just a warning to you. If you're a Tesla bull, we predicted 3 targets for Tesla. We predicted the first target of 260, I believe. Was it 260? Yeah, I think we had a target for 260. I forget what it was. It was like, what was it? It was no, it was 250 or something. 250, and then like 265 or something like that. And then we had our last target as 280, I think. So I just want you to be aware as we go up here and trade zeros and fives, like 290. Like end of today, we should get this nice little pump up here, but you should see a pullback
Currently seeing US
on the zeros and fives.
That's like up about 1%.
We're at 286.42 right now, but we're getting there. So just note that when you, especially hundreds, like $100, like right around anywhere, you want to see like 292 if you can on the upside, and then roll 292.5 actually. But anywhere from 80 to 100, things get kind of spicy. So you should be looking, if you're long Tesla, if you've been long Tesla, if you fucking believed me on Tesla earnings that we were going to hit those 3 targets, now's the time for you to get out. For the rest of you scallywags that didn't, just note that you're going to enter volatility between here and 290 and possibly even 300. For the rest of you today on SPY, at this moment right now, hold on, we're not quite there yet. I want you to be aware. Let me check this right here. I want to make sure I got this right here. Hold on, man. Make sure I'm not going crazy here. What am I doing wrong here? There we go. The first one, right? Yep. I want you to know something. Listen closely here. The major resistance, the old men. The old men. This is where they live. Right here. Like right where we are. This is where the old men live. If you have been following the decline of SPY since the beginning in February, we are now making our second attempt to break out in this run from those old men, right where we are. Right now, at this moment, we are breaking out on this on this hourly candle, attempting to make another breakout. I also want you to note that this target right here is the pre-market high. This one that we're coming into. Pre-market high. So we've got pre-market high, a gap being closed, and we're beginning to break out. And this is where the old men are. What do we call these guys? Old gym bros. But even though they're here, we could get some volatility. So we could roll here. We could roll here. We're going to fight for this. If the old gym bros ain't here today, it could be party time above. Just note that the old gym bros are right here. I also want you to note something else. There's 550. Nice big fat round number up here. Right? Like right here. And I also want you to remember 52, 525, no, 552. Yeah, 552.50, which is right here. That one up there? Convincing, right? So what I want you to think about here is, I want you to think about slapping 550, rejecting, 5-minute trigger getting us above 550, and then convincingly making that move in the end of the day. So you get like an extra $2.50, even if we do a major roll on an intraday basis. You want to be paying very close attention to what happens in this zone. Do we auto reject 550? Do we reject 550, get above it, consolidate, make it known that we're coming for them? All of these things matter. They all imply future price action in the stock market. So the old Jim Bros are up here. We'll draw it like this. We'll do like not worst case scenario, but most probable scenario. So we've got sell that down, sell or take that, then down, right? And then try to fight our way up here. Something like that. That's what we want to see happen.
US SEC Commission Chairman says agency had previously fostered regulatory uncertainty for crypto sector.
Just gonna check. I'm gonna check ES2 right now. The futures and just see where we are. Oh yeah. So futures, man, keep on going, baby. Keep on going. Futures high was 55.53. A little bit higher than this one. A little bit higher, right up here. So we can get like SPY up here and tag that right there. It'd be nice. Pre-mark, I think ES futures high or futures. Futures. ON high, overnight high. I believe is right there. Overnight high.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Use Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Oh, baby. Can you guys feel it? Woo! One of these days we are going, I'm telling, one of these days, boys. One of these fucking days, we're going to break out from this and we're going to fucking go vertical. Melt. We are going to fucking melt. Oh, it's going to be nice. Just a historical note. Going back to middle of February, we sold this high on February 19th. We rejected it on February 20th. We rejected it on February 21st. We then just started rejecting huge. Then we came back to fight it again on March 26th. What day is today? What day is today? What day is today? What day is today? Today is March or April 25th. So remember your numbers. Remember your history. Remember your time. We tried to break above this moment right here on the same date of the potential unwind of Q1. The potential unwind of Q1 We were right where we are today in terms of a downward trend. We never unwound Q1. We're now coming into month 1 of Q2. Same place. Remember, points of interest. Always back to points of interest. Can we unwind? Can we unwind at all? right where we are. Literally right where we are right now. And what's fascinating about this, you ready for the fascinating thing about this? You ready for this? If we fail this, there's a potential for us to sell into the last day of this month to only return here.
Operation data.
This is if we sell here. To return here again on the first day of the month to sell the fuck out of this market. So this is a crucial moment in the stank market right now. Let me give you some ideas behind. Let me visualize this for you. Fascinating how the stock market works, huh? Let's look at this together. So this is, you ready for this? This is really fun. This right here.
27 counterparties take $94.021 billion at the Federal Reserve Corporation.
This is April or March 25th. Then we blasted down to March 31st. And then we traded up, squeezing into April 2nd, and then we blooded. You know, and this is the decline right here, right? So check this out. Look where we are again. Same bat place. They came in, the old men. The old men came in, they went wham! Down. Down, doggy. But we haven't given it up, have we, today? What happened, Chase? What happened?
Speaking of the moment.
You were supposed to sell this down to the depths of hell.
We'll see if we can try and find a video of
Into the what? Last day of the month, bro. What's going on? Not the same price action, right? Here's the 30th.
Trump says we'll be reasonable on tariffs.
They wanted to sell us down today on a Friday. Give you one more chance on the first to go down, but we're breaking out this time.
And Trump says, I think...
Does that mean that we go the opposite way this time? We go all the way up and then down for liquidity. What are we trading right now? Spoos. Inversing the move from March Q1 at the moment, trading 550.22. Breaking out to the upside. ES with more room for a new high from the high or the overnight high. Sits at 550.95. Old Jim Bros, what happened? You going, bro?
We'll put on the feed for you.
Were they? Are you higher? I don't know if you are, but you might be. SPY now trading 550.19 to the upside. Bears thought they were trapping bulls today, didn't they?
So we have posted
Not so
video
fast.
where speaking this audio only, but it is on the feed for you to listen to.
Not so fast. This is the inverse.
Situation is going well.
Bears thought they were going to sell us out down on a Friday. Depths of hell. Blast us down to the end of the month. Give you one more grasping chance on the 30th of the 1st. And then drop your ass again to the depths of hell. Not happening today on a Friday.
Chairman Atkins.
Trading 550.23 right now. The inverse trade. And they're locked in here with us bulls.
Trump floats potential for interim deal with Iran. It's seeing a little bit of downside movement on WTI oil and dealing with Iran in the highest levels.
Go on up, baby. Did you take the long with daddy today on a Friday and get paid? Did you get paid today? I want to know. Trading 550.50 now. Smashing into the yellow box. Look down on the right-hand side. Coming into the halfway point. Yeah, baby, do it. Now all we need to know is are we going to put the tip of the wick up, back test it, and get the rest of that juice, baby? That's all I want to know. Take a little bit off as we come into the yellow and try to get back in on a consolidation move and not distribution to the upside. Yeah. Do it for me, right? Do it for me, yeah. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
Okay, that concludes to the audio of Trump speaking.
Now, thank God we're doing our thing today without any of that shit. What am I looking for? There. Let's find out if this is any good here. I don't know if it is or isn't. Nah. No. What's the one that I like? There's one that I really like. Just the tip, honey. I went back and I went back and read a book. Now she's letting me in. coming into 55.25 right now. SPX trading 55.25. Happy Friday out there. Now we're in the tip phase where we try to break above and tackle this R1 right here before a pullback. We're going to snap a new green line over here. Make sure you're moving your stops up in this process. There's another one. There's another one. Oh, hold on. Let me turn this bad boy down.
You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word. You know I don't play right. You know I don't play right. You know I don't play. 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 You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. You know I don't play. You know I don't play. You know I don't play right.
Then he made me hang out down here all morning. He yelled at me. And then he told me to get long after yelling at me all morning.
Don't give me lip. That's what you get when you act a fool. Just one of these days, you're gonna get paid. Better watch your back. It's gonna get personal. I don't. You don't.
Ooh.
You know I don't play. You know I don't.
Coming into some resistance at R1, trend, and a weekly trigger, or a weekly ICT. A lot of volatility. Take the money and have your ass a great weekend.
Better watch your back. It's gonna get personal.
That's pretty good, right?
Every time you touch me, I feel energy. I feel energy. I feel energy. Every time you touch me, I feel energy. 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 Every time you touch me, I feel energy. I feel energy.
Some old school. That's some old school house dancing right there. First target hits. All we're looking for is consolidation now. All right, we're done with that song. Now we want to build a new, excuse me, a new poop island. We're on 525. Let's go take a look at the bottom. We tagged, right? So what are we looking for now? We're looking to consolidate or distribute, right? Try to trade this next upside move to 55.50 to the upside. Let's watch this closely here. We're gonna go back to the main screen, and it's we're translating that yellow box to this green box right here, right? We want to watch a new poop island. we Hold on here. I was going to try to show you Poop Island as a meme, but I can't. So what we're doing here is we're going to try to build our next island to trade 55.50. Now let's see where that is in relation to prior price. So we're going to go to an hour basis here. We're going to go back to a 1 minute basis here. Can we get over there quickly or no? There we go. And the next thing that we're looking for here $146 on the 31st. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Shocker. 146 in the afternoon on March 31st. So think about it like this. We got March 31st, right? Which was the week after the potential unwind from the 25th on Q1 of March. Jedi Marcus must be going crazy right now, by the way. He's got to be. Because we're right at this point right now where the markets did what? It was end of quarter. It was OPEX for quarterly OPEX, and it was end of month. So you have like the 25th, right? That top on major resistance. Then we come into end of month on the quarter. We weren't high enough to trigger an unwind. So all like interesting how we look at time, a year, 6 months, 3 months, 1 month, 1 week, 1 hour, 1 15-minute, 10-minute, 10 seconds on a day, 1 p.m., 2 p.m., 3 p.m., 4 p.m., right? All matter, don't they? So let's go back and look on the trigger screen, and let's see what we can find on, what do we say, March, way back here. March 31st. There we go. Right. Let's see what we got going on here. Where's 146? Hey, look at that price right here. 146 in the afternoon is where? Not there, not there. Oh, look at that. Resistance up here. Well, it was support, but it was resistance too, right? 146 in the afternoon was where? About there. Right about there. Let's go back and see what it tells us. Look at all that resistance up there. Woo, tons of it. Go back over here. Am I in the right place here? Yeah, I think I am. Wait a minute here. And there we go. So we got some more information. All these numbers matter, don't they? Points of interest, inflection points, mechanical movements in the markets. Look at that, mechanical or what? A market is mechanically moving. If we hold this poop island, 553.03. And look at us. We're targeting that, aren't we? 553.03, right? And we're on trend right now. And look at how vicious they are.
To drop China tariffs unless they give us something.
1:38 in the afternoon. Look at this nasty price action here.
So again, Trump says, I won't drop China tariffs.
Look at that move right there.
Movement towards the downside on the S&P 500. Off of the back of that headline there.
Didn't like that, did they? So here's Poop Island. You got to get long here? There's the yellow box. Let's go back and look down here. And let's see what they're doing. Vicious little fuckers, huh?
Movement towards the downside. Again, off the back of that headline there, Trump says, I won't drop China tariffs unless they give us something.
Do you notice how we're getting Trump talk that matters? Coincidentally? Do you notice how we knew we would hit this and then we knew that we would pull back?
China would be a big win.
Look at that big pullback right here. So we're using news as an excuse for a downside move, right? How are we predicting that? How are we predicting that? How does Trump time this perfectly?
With financial juice
I thought the 5 would be up there by that point, but
real-time service.
no answer. So we would say that price
video
precedes
probably still
news, doesn't it?
But again, we'll see if we can find any sort of audio or video.
Precedes news, right? So price comes before news. News is used. Data is used. Earnings are used as what? The reason to sell or buy, right? If we're at a known
Trump just repeating what he's already said on Air Force One. That
resistance point, and you get good news, and we sell. Hey, man, we just got great news. Why is good news bad news?
So a reminder earlier on, Trump said that I think markets are adjusting to tariff policy.
There's your answer. Right there. One down, one up, one down, and then we continue on again. Right? 1, 2, 3, then uppies. That's if we hold the yellow box. Here's your high. Here's your low. Come back up again. One more low. If we hold it, we go higher again and stay on track on our 5 swing high. Where did this run start? Right here. This should hold, by the way.
Trump just reiterating what he said a lot of time
I
that
shouldn't say that. I should say
have deals made, but others will set the tariff. It's just so
go to like here.
deals made, but others will set the tariff. Trump said, I said there'd be a transition. Trump says that the Iran situation is coming out very well. Adding, I'd rather have a deal with Iran than the alternative. The Iran deal is simple. They can't have a nuclear weapon.
I love this shit. I'm talking to people in the Discord right now, and I'm like, did you guys get along earlier? Well, there's a couple things we got to look at. Hold on. I was just talking in the Discord about this. Okay, so ready? So let's do lesson number 20. let's do a lesson here. We've got, this is a great setup, by the way. Consolidation. Is it distribution? We don't know. Well, it looks like might be distribution. Suck back up there, though. No second low, right? We're still alive. Pretty good.
Trump says that people are starting to understand how good tariffs are.
Oh, no, they're not. I don't know a single Republican personally that's intelligent, nor MAGA, that thinks this should have been done exactly like this. There's some things there they did good, but the way that he's been doing it has not been approved. Sorry, that's wrong. Okay. Now, what did happen, though, is we got the breakout and we got the new high and we slammed back down. And so what that did was it gave us a trade to the yellow box. Free money, right? These are where the FOMO gang is, right? We don't care about them at all, do we? We let them get sucked up for liquidity, right? Zone of liquidity, right? So what do? Now we suck all the FOMOers in, take all their money, slap them in the ass, whack, thank you very much. Right? Now we want to trade this one, don't we? We want to trade that one right there, right? Hey, Cap, can we get long again? I don't know. What we need to do is this. We don't want to violate. We got the 5-minute trigger, and we got this one right here. This is the halfway point of instigation. We most definitely do not want to give up this one right here. We don't want to give that up. At minimum, don't want to give it up. The scary part would be trading down here or even breaking it. This is the doozy because we go bloodbath down here. Make sense? We can actually wick straight through as long as we come back up. We can even touch it, come back up. That's all fine and dandy. Work our way back up here. Try to fight our way back to the yellow box. Now, there's danger in here, right? We can wick through, reverse, go downtown. Right? We can wick it, come back up, and we can get trapped in here, can't we? That's another option, right? So if you wanted to trade that red box, you're just observing, right? You're letting the FOMOers get sucked up. You're hanging out right here. And all you're doing is looking for price action. You're not in a trade. You're not short. You're not nothing. Why are you not short? Why weren't you even short up here? Because trend is up. And if we broke up here and held consolidation and got a new high, you'd be getting long. So your trade is long. We're still in a long positioning. Even trading down here we are. So let me explain this in more depth for you.
Dombrovskis met with Bessent and discussed tariffs.
Let me explain something for you here. Do you see how we broke higher and then higher? If you had been short there or like here, like there, same thing. We are trending up. So if you wanted to get short, you would be looking for what? If you wanted to trade all this bad bitch that shit down here, right? If you want to trade all this, what are you looking for? We haven't broken trend yet. Up. And broken it. Up. Consolidate. Up. Consolidate. So if that's the case, what are we looking for? If you wanted to actually get short, you're looking for the new low and then a rejection in a new low, and we can begin to discuss getting big time short to the downside. But right now, they're taking everybody's stops, aren't they? Look at them. Look at them. Trap FOMO, slam them, slam them. So if you wanted to get long here, what do you need to see? You need to see the squeeze or take all these stops down here. You want to see what? Prior high get taken out. That high get taken out, right? And back test successfully. Move that over. So you can see that red line right there, and this one come up here, right? And be kind of waiting over here. And you can take that trade if you wanted to. But you can't get long for the red box yet, can you? No. You got to wait. You got to wait until you get the new high. Prior high. Back test, right? And get back in there for this next leg. That makes sense? Next leg over there. So let's see what happens here. We're going to watch this together closely for the next trade. Okay. Get rid of this. We don't need to see any of that. None of that matters. We're going to leave this right here for you. We've got the blood. Look at how bad that looks. It looks so horrible. It looks so bad, doesn't it? Looks absolutely terrible. It does not look good, does it? It's like, oh, God, give it to me, Cap. It's terrible. Absolutely horrible, bro. It hurts so bad. I was a FOMO buyer up there, Brosif. And we have the instigation trade. Hold on, let me go over there and trigger screen. So we've got the instigation of the move right here. See it? See it right here, that little wick right down there on SPY. This is the full move. All the way up. All the way up. And let's look down below. Let's go to the main screen. And now look down below with me. Here's the start of the move over here. See it? See it right here? All the way down there, right? So what do we want to do? We want to pay attention, don't we? We're still sitting on this green box, aren't we? 5,500, staying alive. So no trade right now. No trade short either. Just looking for a pull up here. Let me get rid of all this. Move this over. Can't see it. We already know where we're going. We'll come back to that later. I guess we could put it up. And I want to show you this real quick. So we're dipping our wick. This is all one move. This is still one move. One move. It doesn't matter how deep we go. It's a 1 minute chart. Does not matter how deep we go. The only thing that matters is the rejection with a new low. That's it. So you're also watching the 5 minute trigger right here and the 1 minute trigger crossing. No matter what price action is, even if we went even down here, it don't matter. needs to go back up here and make the new low to make us bearish on the day. As far as it is right now, it's just doom, pain. That's all this is, pain. That's it. We don't know anything right now. Watch this cross back up. Watch this happen. We'll just watch this price action right here. That's all we're going to do. Watch the 1 and 5 minute trigger. Do you think we're near a squeeze or not? I think we are. I think we're right about there. There's still one more. Like, we might come down one more time now, though. Sorry, I'm taking a trade with the Discord right now. Watch out for one more low than high. I just had a bunch of fucking FOMO bulls. Watch out over here just so you can see it. There might be one. Watch this right here. So we could get one more, maybe one more tag. It's near fucking perfect. Look at that shit. So fucking hot. There might be one more slam down here before we go higher. If you've got those calls with me, it's a 5-minute trade. That was a nice trade right there. Zone to zone, baby. Poop Island. Keep your eyes on this back check over here. You don't want to get caught in this. Down there. Now let's see if we can hold on to Poop Island.
Trump says Witkoff had a good meeting. That's in regards to Witkoff, who had met Putin in Russia.
We've got our nice first vicious stab over here, don't we? You see it? This is a beautiful setup, by the way. This is like the cleanest setup you can get.
Do you want to stay up to date?
So, like, here is liquidity, right? These are buyers and sellers, right?
Offer or financial use pro.
Buyers, sellers, big sellers, right? Red, yellow, green crayons. If we were going to, this is where it gets important. If we're going to open up all this stuff down here, right? I want you to remember the things that I tell you about this. If we go higher and we get told no, you shall not pass, bro. It's definitely not up here. Well, I need proof, right? So first thing I would want to see would be the blood. And then I would want to see a rejection for new lows and then get, hey, you're right. We're going to go all the way down, right? Or we told you the way it was down, bro. I would want to see the squeeze up here with the failure. And then it's downtown, right? Now, how do you trade this? You trade it from here to here, then from there to there, right? If you get the new high, then we get that one right there. Zone to zone, zone to zone, inside of a zone. And if we want to trade the yellow box to the red box, what do? If we have the prior high right here, we'd want to see the market go whoop, all the way up here, show a high, then back test, right? And we're back to trade the red box. If we fail, no good. Fail, no good. Doesn't work. This is a great day. This is awesome. Those calls that I posted for you in the Discord went to $1.72, by the way. They traded 95 cents. Almost 100% trade. from here to here. Zone to zone. You ready? Prior high, beat. Prior high, beat. Next target, right here. White line comes up. Next target, right here. Move stops up.
Present is to testify before House panel, May 7th.
Where would the target be? Hey, right here. What are we building right now? Bat wings, right? Dragon head, higher. Dragon tail, dragon body, dragon leg, higher. What are we looking for price action here? You should be able to visualize this before it happens. So if we're gonna do bat wings, right? You definitely see the leg of the dragon. Bat wing, higher high, boom, right? Or we get sucked all the way up in here and fail. That's what? Not good. That's a bat wing, not a dragon with two legs. But we can check to see if we stay above, right? Get the high over here. Higher. Get rid of these blocks. Get rid of that block. None of that matters. None of that matters. Only things that matter on the way higher right now. Is that right there? In that right there. Support regained again on 5,500. We're now going to retrace the move and try to trade 55.25 for a trade to 55.50. Back on support again. 548 C's trading $1.79 right now, $1.80 right now, $1.82, $1.84, $1.85. Woo! Those 548 C's are cranking. Coming into the money, now out of the money. And whoa, baby, look at those bad boys crank. $1.93. Coming into a little bit of volatility here. You want to be watching this, and this here, I'll draw it out for you. If you're new to the show, maybe you're like, what is he like? What are we doing here? Something like that. Something like that, at least. See if we can catch that one over there. Take that one right there. Whoop, right there. Yeah, and there's some danger, not quite danger, but just be careful of, like, we're coming into some volatility on an intraday basis in here. There's a little bit of volatility in here. Just kind of like a big beefy, like, fuck you. This is called a tweezer. You see that right here? So this up candle and this violent down candle and this right here, the structure, but this is vicious. This is like young gym bros are right here. Your big gym bros are up here on an intraday basis. So just note that you're probably going to see a liquidity grab in here. See how these little gray boxes are showing up? That's because their point is that even if you get up here, they're going to try to slam you down before going higher. So watch it closely. You could actually draw this down here if you wanted. Let's see what happens. Don't necessarily go this far, but it matters on price action. Let's watch together. We want to see a break of, we want to see this at least. Because we're going to take them out if we do. We're going to go up there, and then we'll go down here. Start fighting our way. And this will matter. I fucking drew it out for you and told you it was going to turn on your ass. Chase. Be patient. You need confirmation for the high It's always the high percentage win. Or you have to be tactful. On any time frame you're trading, you have to be like very tactful, and then there's white papers done on this stuff, man. There's like literal like data scientists look at all of this stuff on every frame and know that there's an edge. Give me 5 minutes. I gotta get up and walk around. My ass is fucking falling asleep. I'm serious. I don't know if it's the way I was sitting, maybe. It's like cutting the blood off to my legs. I'm like going, oh God, I gotta stand up. Give me like 5 minutes, let me get some do some quick jumping jacks. Get the fucking blood pumping. There will be no downward pressure this week. They're wrong. It's the inverse. We're going up. Your downward pressure. SpotGam is wrong. I'll just tell you right now. I'll tell you why. I know why. I try to keep it simple around here, but I think I've told all of you guys this. You guys have like an unwind here. Why? We need to see if we're going to make the next larger leg down. Big leg down. We have new flows coming into the market on the first week of fucking May. So we're going to check We're going to check, but on a bigger frame. Like if you look back on February 14th, 19th, if you like scale out a little bit, we're finding out if we're making a new leg lower in the market. So you're going to see the attempt mechanically. You're going to see the dealers unwind like this, like unwind to go up there and find out if there's more sellers or not. You shouldn't see major downside until right where we are. And again, at the weekly trigger, possibly, if we break through this daily trigger. We've been murdering these sellers on the daily since the February 19th. There's an idea that they're probably weakish. And we just got a hint, didn't we? We traded above the old men. So we shouldn't be doing that, should we? It's meaning that what does that imply? Implies that you have weak sellers. Let's look at it together. It's so easy. That's like this shit's too easy. Even if you roll down today, even right now, if we went down to the depths of hell at this moment, this is the line. This white line right here. Not this shit. None of that. None of this. This right here is telling you. We slammed up. We did not auto sell. We came back again. Now we're back testing. This is bullish as fuck. Even if we were to reverse to the downside today, this is the first time we were able to do this, going back, all the way to the top. We're checking again. Here's the last one, right to the pin strike. We auto rejected. There's a giant fucking wick right there. Look at that sell. Wicked it. Wham, straight down. Are we wicking right now? Are we wicking right now? No. They tried that bullshit early. Swept back up. That's strength. That's buy. They just did it again. Look at that wick. Buy. Now, what I would say to you is this. If these guys are weak on the daily trigger, we already broke above them, right? Daily trigger, we're above them. We're going to go up here and fuck around with these weekly guys up here. And we'll likely fail. That's at 62.5 if you're a bull, isn't it? We got the weekly trigger at 66. Here's 60. If we auto sell, that's bad for bulls, isn't it? If we make 62.50, that implies we're coming back up here again to test then the weekly trigger. No price action is bearish right now. None. There should be no pressure. None right now. All pressure should be overcome at this moment. I haven't seen any price action, at this moment, that is not bullish. None. Pressure? Spot Gamma said pressure? Go back to Spot Gamma and say, you were expecting what happened on April 2nd or April 25th. Have we exhibited any of that price action? The answer is no. None of it. Zero. There has been nothing that says we're going down there. No price action, no momentum, no fucking Elliott wave, no fucking ICT, none of it. No gamma. No fucking gamma says that right now. Zero. Now, we can say that if those things show themselves, but nothing has shown that. Zero. Not a fucking thing. It can, but nothing has led to that. And if they unwind this shit, whoo, if we start the unwind, we haven't even unwound yet. We haven't even unwound. We haven't even gone into that stage yet. If we unwind, it's going to get fun. That's when we start just fucking melting. We just melt. Right up into the middle of, or beginning of summer. And you're just going to be whining the entire way up there. We're not there yet, though. We can't call that yet. I still think we sweep lower. I think we go up there and fucking dick around at the weekly trigger, and then we're going to swoop violently to the downside. It's going to be nasty. We haven't shown that weakness yet. We're just hammering out right now. Fuck you, seller. Fuck you, seller. Where are you down? Where are you down? It also gives liquidity, doesn't it? If we're going to make a second leg down in the market, and I don't mean to recheck the lows. I mean, we're making a second leg. 4,700, 4,600. These dealers need some liquidity. So no matter what, there should be no pressure. No situation. In neither situation should we be weak today. We should be strong. We need the strength to either get the liquidity to go down to 4,700, 4,600. We're either going to be grabbing liquidity to go down there, or we're going to wear them out and break out and melt up. There should be no way that we're bearish right now. Oh, the weekly trigger? Just remember this target, 560. You want to see if we reject 560 just below it? If we break out and trade 562.50, that's it. That's all you want to know. That's it. It's simple. We're going to find out. We're going to find out. And if we start getting bearish like that, I'll let you know. I will tell you. That's not good. That wasn't a good trade to the weekly. That was not good. If the trade to the weekly is good, it implies we're going to come back. We'll blast down to the daily again, and we will hammer out that bottom again, and then we'll be off and running. This is not the time to be bearish. It's time for mechanics of the market to do their fucking thing. Not yet. I'm down for the trade to 4,300. I'm down for the trade to 1,500 and 1,600. Believe it or not. I am wide aware that we can trade. We could literally trade. I was talking to a buddy last night, and I was like, if we stay on this economy change, we are going to trade we're going to give everything back. I was like, I was talking to my buddy. I was like, if we were literally going to do this, we could likely think about, like, if you were to restructure our government, or not government, our economy, you would have to start thinking about, when did we start MMT? How about 80% of the market? Yeah, 80%. I mean, like, if we're going to do MMT, we know we have growth. Like, we still have growth and stuff, more people, more production. We're not back in the 1920s, but I think 80% of the market is reasonable. So, we're not there though right now. We're trading intraday minutes and hours and shit. So, and we got to confirm that leg down, don't we? We have to grab liquidity to send us down there too. So it shouldn't just be a straight line down, like on a higher frame. You have to, like, blood down, reach back up.
Says current tariffs
Check.
Worst scenario for Europe.
And confirm that we're going to do that trade. I drew it out for you this morning, didn't I?
Speaking in fee.
I was like, here's the correction trade. Here's the recession down move. Then here's the recession trade. And then here's the other leg down trade for the depression trade to be confirmed. That lies at 62. 560, 562 is where it is, so in that vicinity. And we don't know what it's going to be. Like, so you've got like institutions out there, right? Like fucking JPM. And what are they telling you? They're telling you we're in the recession trade, right? We're in the recession trade. That's not a trade. That's not, if we're in the recession trade, it's done. Even if we trade at 470, 460, it's done. You're still telling me that we're going higher. But what if they're lying to you? Do you think JPM would come out and tell you, we're going to tell you the recession trade, but we are thinking the depression trade? So we need to find out if that's true. So we need to check two places. We need to check 62, and we need to check roughly 70, 4,700. But that's going to tell us so much information. I don't think we go that low to 470. I think we hold 510 or 500. But the price action is going to tell you if they're lying to you and I. So when you and I are consuming social media, you and I are consuming news, you and I are consuming what they tell us, the data, the white papers, all this shit, that's fine. Just don't let it cloud your judgment. Is Trump telling the truth? Price can actually tell you what the news will be. If we break above 62 and we start heading higher, melting up, what happens to gold? It goes down. You'll also probably find that there's a reprieve, right? They're going to top out and say, oh, we're going to pause everything for the summer. We'll revisit it in July. You know what I'm saying? You tell me the price, and I'll tell you what the news is. I'll tell you if it's good or bad. I won't tell you the story. I'll tell you that's good, that's bad. No, that'll be good. That'll be bad. That's what matters there. Now trading $2.45 on 548C. Take the money and run. Get out. We're close. Here and here are the two places to sell. This is the last FOMO leg right here. Best part of the trade is done. Remember, talked about this earlier. 1, 2, 3. Best part of the trade. FOMO part of the trade. This could be a 5-leg or just a 3-leg, and we start moving down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, yeah, be careful here. In this vicinity. This is that trade right here. Oh, sorry. This is that leg. This is the danger leg. We did get the new high, so you're likely going to get one more push higher. You did get a new high. Move that over there. I don't know what this is yet. I got to see if we get the new high or not. You'd want to see this right here. Remember, when I draw lines, I'm not drawing them because I think, all right, I'm drawing them because I think we're going that direction. But in every resistance or support, I will either leave it lower or higher. I can't predict the action on supply and demand. Supply and demand is fake, in my view. I don't believe in, I'll be honest with you, like, you see this shit right here? Like the hidden orders in the market, there's like there's dark pool shit. I don't trust anything when it comes to like volume profile, market profile. I don't believe that shit at all. I used to be a market profile, volume profile trader. I don't believe it anymore. There's so many fucking scams there. It's improved my win-loss ratio bazillion times better. The moment that I believe it, I shouldn't say I don't believe in volume profile and market profile. I've traded it. When What I don't like about it is it doesn't offer an edge. And that's my problem, is that it's not enough of an edge for me. So I get out before we get there, without having to make a call. Yeah, bro, we're gonna break above that, or break below that support, or breaking through, or breaking above, or whatever. There's no need to. You just take the middle of the trade. That's it. And you exit and leave the crystal ball shit to the scammers and the FOMOers and the losers and all that kind of stuff. There's no need to trade that. You're just going to be an observer. And this works on every time frame. This works on swing trades, on year-out trades, doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, this would be one of those moments. If you're a trader let's go over this and look at this together really quick. Hold on here. This is actually a good thing here. Let's talk about this really quick.
NYMEX natural gas May futures settle at around $2.93. Gasoline May futures settle at around $2.11 a gallon. NYMEX diesel May futures settle at around $2.60.
This is a cool one. You guys are going to like this. It's a good Friday here. Okay. So, let's
NYMEX WTI crude June futures settle at $63.02 a barrel, up 23 cents or 0.37%.
So this is a daily chart. Let's get rid of triggers. Get rid of them. You don't even need to be looking at them. You don't even need anything on a chart, to be honest with you. You can figure this out. You can just go old school, like you're from the 1970s. Ready? This is a weekly chart. There ain't nothing on it. There isn't a fucking thing here. Nothing. No indicators, no fundamentals, no this, no that, no trend, no Momo, no nothing. And let's say you're a trader that trades a year out or 6 months out or whatever. Let's have a look. What do we see here? We know about the last downside move. We think we put the market bottom in, right? If you're a trader from the 1970s, no, just post 1970s. As soon as we stopped doing learned language, as soon as just before we got smart.
Putting on Truth Social post.
So let's look at this. This is a weekly basis. What do we got going on here? What is this thing called?
On Truth Social saying Ukraine, headed by Zelensky, has not signed the final papers on a very important rare earth deal with the US. It is at least 3 weeks late. Hopefully, it'll be signed immediately.
Turn that stupid shit off, because that shit don't mean nothing. Okay. We're on SPX right now. We'll do it on SPX, but SPY would be better, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. Let's say someone was interviewing you and they were like, "Hey man, what do you think the market's going to do?" What do you think the market's going to do, bro? Well, let's look at this. We have a major low on a weekly basis. We have the goats. This right here, right? Ping, pang, pong, ping, pong, right? Now, what do I always tell you? You get your low. You need to reject and confirm that you're going to go lower, and then you need to make a new low. And that will tell you we're going lower, right? Easy. Easy. If you're in a consolidated range and you want to find out if you think we're going higher or if we're going lower on a weekly basis, what are you looking for here? We got our low. Right? Got our low, we got our low, we got our low, right? We want to see what get rejected. This right here, don't we? Now, let's say my thesis is we're going higher. We should actually break above right here. Make a new high right here. And that's implying now that we're going to do a breakout, doesn't it? So we should go higher at that point, right? In a big way. Close that gap back there, right? In a big way, right? A lot of work there, right? A lot of work. But we got a lot of work, don't we? So let's look at it again. If it took a ton of work from bulls to get up here, and now they're going to try to get up here, if we were bearish, we would snap a line on what? 56.10. 56.10. If you wanted to introduce the upside, or you're looking to find out if we're bullish, let's say you wanted to put a trade on for the middle of summer or the end of the year, long from here, bullish. What would you be looking for? You would be looking for two specific things. You would be looking for the trade here, right? Break above 556.10. What is that? Tell me. 562, right? And SPY. You'd break back down over here to the origination of the trade, right? Remember zones. Remember points of interest. Remember where's the pain. Remember where's the origination of the trade. Why do we go back on different time frames and revisit? So, if we had a trade that started right here and we were able to poke our heads up, not fail, but we're able to, if we're able to, we would expect the trade back down to right here. And we would expect if that held, we got bullish sign there, right? If that holds, that's bullish. If we go up there. If we trade 5,700, that's bullish. We should still sweep down here. And then what? We would attempt this one, wouldn't we? And then we'd come back down here, wouldn't we? And if we held that one, we're mooning, aren't we? And this might actually hold, huh? That's even more bullish. But worst case scenario, that's what we're looking to trade. Worst case scenario. So let's look at this closer on a weekly basis. What does the market... Oh, we got a gap here too. So maybe we go up here, right? Close the gap, come back down, wick it a little bit higher, right? Then we go up there. That's your 562, right? Up there. 570, 5,700. That's 562 actually on SPY. We're watching for this. Why? It implies our downside move will hold. Make sense? If we fail to get to 562, if we fail this, if we fail 5610, we're fucked. Super fucked. If we trade 5,700, I would think we'd hold here and go higher. The low is probably going to be 5,160. We'll leave behind that low down there. But if we reject just this, if we hit just that, I would expect the move down here. if we squeeze all the way up here, I would expect to move up. So if you were trying to take a 6-month trade or a 2-month trade or something, this is a weekly basis. All you want to see is the new high. That's it. Weekly trade. Weekly trade. As long as we're tagging these highs, weekly trade, you know exactly where to be. If this one goes right here, oh, you're going to first snap a box. Right about there. And you'll take a swipe at it. If you can't, take another swipe at it. Where are we trading right now? How much do 548s cost? So my greater point here is this. My greater point is this. You should not see any resistance until we get where? Here, right? Here's the high, right? Just get rid. Hold on a second. We gotta get. Hold on a second. Get rid of all this stuff. So this is the week, right? Or this is the Dr. Yen or Mr. Yen, excuse me. This is the Mr. Yen. So right there, right? You snap yourself a box on a weekly basis. We shouldn't even begin to see pressure spot gamma. Fucking pressure my ass at 5,600. They should have told you to look for pressure just under 5612. That's where, if you're bearish, you'd be looking for a rejection. That's the halfback trade of the wick. $56.12.21 to a fucking penny. Just as we come into it, you should feel pressure. You should feel pressure. We don't know if we're going to go up and auto reject. We don't know if we're going to go up and auto reject. It's here. Takes 5 minutes to find. Find your favorite sub and let them know. Say, hey, asshole, you told me I should feel pressure. Say the fucking pressure is at, you ready? 56.12.21. As a matter of fact, you could come in and say it's 58.275. I don't know, 58.75. Where are we trading right now? 55.23, bro. So, no, I still got that wrong. Excuse me. 55.75. 55.75 is the first pressure. Did they say that to you? How much you pay for that shit? What's spot camera cost? $300 fucking dollars, $500. They should have told you on SPX 55.75 you'll begin to feel pressure. What up, B-Moan? Bamone, brother. Okay, let's go over here and take a peek. We're going to get a drop here. Regardless if we go up here and tag this or not, or auto sell, we're going to get some pressure here. We're going to get anger. I'm being a little careless here. It's down here. I'm a little exaggerating here. We got to see if we get the new high or not. Yeah, 5575. 5575, you should begin feeling pressure. 5575. And then we can talk about pressure. Motherfuckers trading fucking goddamn trading fucking what? Fucking low this week was what? Fucking low. The fucking low on Monday was 5,100. We're gonna feel pressure this week. Yeah, the upside pressure. That's what you're gonna feel. You're gonna fucking feel it. You're gonna fucking feel it up to 55.75. I guarantee it. We're gonna push a fucking probe right up your fucking pressure ass to 55.75. We're gonna pull the thermometer out. Now, where we go from there, I don't know. I don't know if we get high enough to backtest successfully a new low or a nice low in the market to go long. I don't know if we break out and hold it. There's another outcome that I don't talk to you about. That's where we close the fucking door on 62. I don't think we're gonna. I really don't believe that we're gonna close the door on 62 at all. But we can squeeze from there. If we start squeezing off 62, it'll all come back. But we can do that too. We can put the fucking screws to you, or the market can. We're not there yet, though, so we're not talking about it unless we proof the squeeze. But it could be a melt up, like just melt. Green bar, green bar, green bar, green bar, green bar. No all gas, no brakes. We're not there. There's nothing saying that's going to happen, but we can. Well, there is one thing saying that can happen. The daily velocity is, on a 30-minute basis, the daily velocity is like, we can do that. But we have no proof of it, so we don't talk about it. We don't try to sell new newspapers around here. Fucking write fucking big murals on the ceiling of the spaceship with fucking food paste. There's no point. And all that shit does is sell newspapers while you lose all your money. I tried not to swear as much today. Did I swear a lot today? God dang it. Oh, sorry. Beep. I've been trying. I've been working on the speed. I've been working on my swearing. I have been actively trying not to swear. So I think my swearing is less. Even I think I may have been swearing there. I have been focused on it, though. Thank you for saying something. Remember the FOMO trade. We're back at it again. If you want to take the FOMO trade, I would first be looking for the high, and then I'd be looking for the pullback, and I'd be getting long down here somewhere, or even right here. Whatever you want to do is you don't want to get caught in the what do you call it, of death. The finger trap into the close today. All right. I think of it a good day. It was a pretty good day today. Didn't even need to look at candles, or not candles. Didn't even need to look at anything. Had no fundamentals, no technicals, just pure candlesticks on a weekly basis. Fairly easy. Not hard at all. You can even target the downside moves. You can start to think on a time basis. Well, Cap just showed me weekly candles. Hey, if we break this weekly support, I'll show you where the last big monthly is and where we should trade to on a monthly basis. When you're closing out weeks, I want you to think about, are we closing high or low? Are we closing the week on a high or a low? I want you to think about that stuff because you don't need anything. You could literally project the market with just candles. If this, then that on this time frame. You can look at it on a 3-month candle, a 1-month candle, a 6-month candle. You can literally look at them all and say, this is what we should do until we find out if we're going to reject or break above. All of those important signposts, and those do correspond to, those do up or down correspond to algorithms, to computer programming, and to the decision making of humans if we're going to go long or short, or if we have more sellers than buyers. You know what I mean? All that stuff matters at those key moments when trades are being placed. So if you ever have the time, delete everything and just fuck around on different candlestick charts on different time frames. And then your mind think about the simple tools they teach you here. You're like, oh, Cap teaches me all about the consolidation distribution. Cap talks to me about time frames. I'm going to look at it on a 6-month, a 3-month, a 1-month, a weekly, and start looking at inflection points. You could even leave those on a chart, a layout on TradingView, and never fuck with them. You could make your own layout. Here, let's do it. Let me explain this better to you. So let's do this together. If you have nothing but a candlestick chart, poor trader. We're going to label this one poor trader. Broke. Get rid of volume. Fuck volume. Don't need that. Trash that shit. You don't even need it. Fuck volume. You can go to a 3-month. You go to 6 months. Do 12 months. Here we go. This is a 12-month chart. Brand new year. You can do right here. YR. YR. Make this red. You can do this for now. What you think. You don't even need to do this. Ready? We can go to last year. Right there. Make that green. I'll label that YR. Now, we're not going to do the previous years. We're not going to talk about that right now. We're going to make it simple. Fairly simple, right? Point of interest, right? We even have something else that we can tell. This is Jan, New Year. On Jan 2025. New year. Even more information. Cool. What else do we have? We got last year. This is last year's high. Make a yellow one. We got What else do we have down here? $20.24 low. All right. We're building a case here. Check that out. Not bad, right? We got some definitions, don't we? Let's look at a 6-month basis. What do we got here? Hey, check it out. $20.24, right? Make that green. Why are these green? Because we got demand, right? Buy, 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 buy. Buy, 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 right? And where did we just trade? I want you to look at this. This is the 2024 low. Right? Here's what we think the market low is. Took almost the entire candle, right? If we're not on a monthly right or a weekly right now or a 6-month, but the trade from 2024. This is the 2024 trade. We took all of this candle and we took most of this candle. Not all of it, but most of it. Did we violate this candle? Just say no, Jim James. Did we violate the 2024 low? No. If this was a 1-minute chart, you already know what that means, right? We're going up. And what are we going to check? What are we going to check? We're going to check that candle, aren't we? Where's price right now? Where's price? Look at that candle right there. Gonna make that one yellow. Price is where? Right at the top of the 6-month high from 2024. It's exactly where we are. Exactly where we are. Look at it right there. That's the high. And why are we here? Why is this a major inflection point? We got told no down here, right? We went up, down, up, right? And then told no. When we get told no, where do we check? Did we break below? No, we did not. So now we're going to come back up here. And we're going to check what next? What are we going to check? We're going to check that prior high, aren't we? We took this whole move, but failed this one. So we're going to go back now and check it. If we wick it, what does that imply? Implies we come back down here, bro, and go right up. What is that? 5,100. 5120 to a tick, 0.23. If we break higher, right here, we would expect what? Remember that candle right there? Worst case scenario, 52, right? Worst case. Or at least don't break 510, right? 5120. I don't want to see that. I want to see a higher low. Let's look at this again. Six-month high, right? Let's look at 3 months. What do we see now? Well. We're on a 3-month candle. 3-month candle right here. They bought the fuck out of that, didn't they? We got the 6-month high right here. But we also have this extra, which is April right here, right? Let's go look at the daily candle or the 1-month candle. Just take a peek at this. Here is the 6-month, right? This is the extra month, isn't it? This is an hour. Hour basis right here. If we begin to break out and break the 3-month, and if we fail the 6-month, that's bad, right? We want to see the price of the market go at least to right here, don't we? Back to the 3-month. We know where it's at, don't we? Do you see this wick on a 3-month? Now we're getting somewhere. Here's a monthly basis. Here's the 6-month over here. 3-month candles right here. Price actions down there. We've beaten the 6-month already. Check this out. If we trade above 56.95, we will trade that one right there. Or it's implied that we'll trade it. We're not there yet, though, are we? We're not even close to being there. The only thing we're trying to figure out here is what's going to happen down here. We can't get to where, see price over here? We got to smash up here, get down here, smash up here, get down here, to smash up here, or reject, right? Or even reject right now, right, without the new high. Or reject in here, right? Or reject up here. So we already know where the possible low is. We already know a possible back test. Oh, and we got one more here. Woohoo! We got this one right here. Now let's go back to our weekly. This making more sense now? Now we're on a weekly. Check that out. Look at this. Possible back test. 3 months. And we tested it already. 2024 low right there. Look at all this stuff right here. Bunch of information, right? Whole bunch of information. If we break below 46.70, what does that mean? We're fucked. We can actually sweep this whole thing and still go up to trade. If we break down below here, bam, we're going to start erasing 2023, aren't we? And you can do this. You can draw this out at home. I'm passing over some stuff here. I'm like trying to be quick with this for you, but if you go back and mark on a calendar or on a chart at home, and you look on every time frame, you can start at a 1 minute, a 5 minute. I wouldn't do 1 and 5. I would do like, a day maybe. I wouldn't even do the day. It'd be too messy. I would just do like maybe a week chart, month chart, 3 month chart, 6 month chart. 1 year for candles. And you start looking for, hey, hey, bro, we going up, bro? Yeah, man, we're going up. We're going to check this one out right here and this one. What do we do after that? Well, if we can get up here and break out, I'd like to see a back test. And I would really like to see this one up here. I'd really like to come back down here, right? Zones of interest. Why? Well, if we're going to break out into the right, we're going to trade Valhalla like that, like that, like that, like that, like that. And if we fail any of these, what happens? If, like, let's say we don't even get up there, what happens? We go down, we check the priors, right? Way is either higher or lower in every time frame. And the big boys, like the big month candles, 3-month candles, 6-month candles, the wick and the retraces matter. Are we retracing and holding that bottom on that big candle on 6 months or a year? Are we breaking through that candle? Do you know if we break 4,700, 46, what do we got? I didn't leave it up, but 46.73. If we break that, we're implying that we're going to give back 2023. Look at the bottom down there in 24, the bottom tick. So you don't even need any of this stuff. You can just snap lines, make little notations. This was the low of the 6-month candle on this date. And you could actually start to think about how the market operates on every frame. So if you're like, hey man, we came up here, bro. We went, bro, on quarter one and the last week on OpEx week, bro. We went right to major downtrend and we rejected. We went back up to that trend again on the last day of the fucking quarter. And then we went all the way to the depths of hell. And now we're sitting here again, aren't we? It's almost like maybe there's a program written. Like this is all pre-planned. I'm dead serious. They're literally, you could look at this. If you've computerized this, right? Price action without unknown unknowns to some extent is pre-planned. Reasonably, not fully, but we know where these things are. We know where they were in the past. Why do we keep going back there? These are major inflection points, right? So this, I don't believe this, but some of my friends, they think that the banks plan out the next year, 3 years, and they already know that where price is going regardless. That nothing matters. I don't know if that's true or not, but I know guys that believe that. Some of you guys believe this, or some of you guys know about this, right? Is there any of you out there right now that know this shit? Yeah, some of you guys, I've talked about this with, I've never said it publicly. I got friends that are like, dude, this whole fucking thing is fake. And I'm like, bullshit. And they're like, let me show you. And it's all time frame like that. Major highs, major lows in every time frame. That's what they say. They're like, oh, fuck no, dude. It's all fake. It's like they plan the whole fucking year out, dude. They know exactly where it's going. Yeah, Neil, you think so too, brother? Yeah, brother. I see it. I see what you're saying. I mean, I look at it. I'm like, oh, fuck. That's why when you see that's a simple explanation of when you see Jedi Marcus, he's probably having a field day today. I guarantee he's having a field day. He's a very numbers oriented guy and time oriented guy. If you'll ever see Jedi Marcus will post prices and dates. It's an old school way of doing ICT. All that shit comes from old hedge funds. You can do it with triggers and ICT. It's all based on the same shit. And it's all it's like if you have strike up a conversation with Jedi, say, hey man, why are you posting those fucking spreadsheets with those prices and times on them? Because they matter, right? They matter. On a 6-month candle, 3-month candle, 1-month candle, 1 year candle, they all matter. And they make implication, or they imply things, but they don't tell you for sure. They just say, hey, did you break through it or did you hold above it? failed to get the new high. It's 3:15. You guys got a gist of what we're looking for here, right? So let me tell you one more thing. If we did the reverse in March, the downside, and maybe we do the opposite this time, I would say to you that if we were looking at a calendar, we got one more week left, a short week. We got the 26th, 27th were closed. Then we got the 29th, 30th, 28th, 29th, 30th. And then we go into the 1st and 2nd. And then the next week, the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. If we're in the reverse, I would posit, unless we lose support, that there's a good chance that we squeeze like balls into the end of the month. And then we reverse violently to the downside for the first week or so of May. And we'll look for buyers. If those buyers show up above the market low, we're likely going higher for summer. If those buyers don't show up, even though we got the high, if we get it, we know we're going to make the attempt. But if we don't find those buyers and we can make a new market low, we don't want to go below, what, 4,700 basically, right? 4,673. That trade, though, is valid at that point, isn't it? So for now, we're looking for what? For now, we're looking to take out this high. We're going to look to take out a pullback and then 62. Let me see if I can open this up for you. I'll just give you a projection right now based on that chart. We'll just give you a projection using candles and nothing else. Target 562. Seriously. I'm on the wrong one. Hold on here. Poor trader. Okay, ready? I got to take this seriously. What I would like to see would be, I would like to see a break above 55.25. I'd like to see us close the gap up here and trade 50. I would like to close the gap. You guys want to see this with me? We get some targets here. This is a weekly basis, but you can see you want to see the break above 55.25, which we already did. We've got a gap to close above at 55.81. Gap to close at 55.81. We got a prior low over here at 55.74. Take this to a weekly base or a daily basis. Let's take a peek here. So let's look closely here. Let's come together. Do you see the wick? Do you see how this wick violated that candle? Not just that wick, but violated it. We violated it, right? Worst case scenario, as long as we hold 54.73, our jump point, right? Our jump point. I would like to trade at least 55, 59. And that bad boy right there. Take that bad boy out. And fail right about there. Now, can we sweep down here, right? Yes. So if we take this out, take that out, major, we should sweep lower and take that out, right? At minimum. Don't forget this one down here. If that holds, up. If we break it, we check that one. If we hold it, right there. Poop Island. This is just a daily time frame. Pretty bad, right? Puts us into June. Pretty gnarly, right? That's bad. Don't want that trade, do we? Let's look at it again. Now let's go back to an hour. Get trapped in here sideways all year, couldn't we? So if we're looking at an hourly basis or a daily basis, it's either what? Whenever you hear me in the show say price or time, price or time, that was a daily chart, and I charted that trade on a daily. It remains valid, doesn't it? Even on an hourly chart. Price or time. So on a one hour basis, we got our high tick. Right now, we're going to raise this up. So we're in an hourly time frame. We got our high. And I'm looking to close this gap up here, aren't I? On a smaller time frame, there's no requirement that we get a new high today on a 1 hour frame. There's no requirement. None. Got our low. High. New high, right? If we can hold this, we're going straight there. Did we get our new high back here? Nope. We failed it, didn't we? It was an hour chart. Now let's go look at the main screen. So we failed to get the new high, didn't we? There's no requirement that we get it, is there? None. We could trade this close in a 4 p.m. sideways. So we got a bunch of information, don't we? So this is what I'll leave you with. If you want an expectation for next week, if we close above the intraday high, if we close above the intraday high today, if we close above the intraday high, price target 550 on Monday. 550. 5550. I would then be looking for a sweep lower to 5525 Monday, Tuesday, possibly of next week, but I don't think so. And then I would expect the close on Friday to be 5600 by next Friday or the 30th or whatever. So we have to close today pretty high, don't we? Like we have to do that. If we don't close above today into this bell at 4 p.m., and it's 326 right now, if we don't ramp this bell, which I think we're gonna, but if we don't ramp this bell here, right, you're looking to pick this trade back up on Monday at 5,500 or 5450 or 5480, 5485. You're looking to pick this trade back up again. So if I'm saying this with words to you, let me show it to you. Without words, just crayons. If we break up and above over before the close today, I expect we're going to start super ramping. If we fail, and we don't need to go up there because we hit our resistance already, we don't need to go up there. But if we pull back into Monday, if we don't get the new high in today's close, I would be looking to get long on Monday at 5,500. We got our high. We failed it on Friday. And I'd be trying to get that new high again on Monday to open the door up here. Make sense? Should. So you can likely try to get long above a new high, possibly over the weekend, believe it or not. Even though I hate weekends in Theta Burn. If you were a safe trader, you're probably going to be looking for a new week next week. Trying to get in this on Monday. Make sense? For right now, expectations into Monday without knowing nothing. This is why I say I have to wait until Asia open and why overnight price action matters. But until we get the close, I would be looking for a dip to buy on Monday. Fair, right? The way is still higher. We got the high today, right? We got the intraday high. The way is higher as far as I can tell right now. We're not using anything, dude. Black box, green box, yellow lines. We're not using shit. We know that we bought down here, and you could also pause it. You're looking to buy a dip on Monday or Tuesday, bro. Here's Friday, low, 9:30 a.m. Right there. We're going higher. We showed on Friday that there's buyers. We got the intraday high on major resistance on Friday. We don't need to go up there any longer. But what else do we find? There's buyers here. Right there, big old wick. So we know the buyers are here. I'd be trying to get long down here. Way is still higher until we start to violate this stuff on a daily basis. Remember, this is Friday. If we erase this on Monday, that calls into question the entire last week, doesn't it? Then we'll change our viewpoint next week to let's go downtown. But we're not there. So and I'm not looking at this on a daily candle with you right now. I can figure this out quickly with just looking at hours, but so right now, into the close today. Expectations. We failed to get the new high. We don't need it. So let's get rid of all this. Move it all. We don't even need to look at it. We got what we needed to get. We got our high that we needed. Okay? If we don't close at 4 p.m. above, all right, I'll draw it in just with nothing. Ready? 1600 right there. We got what we needed. $130, $10.30. Hold on here. Let's do this together. Get rid of pivots. There we go. Check it out. Expectations. Unless we're proven wrong, we have natural resistance at 5s and 0s on SPY at least. There's 55. We know 50s suck. If we don't trade above the intraday daily high today, I would expect us to trade here, maybe here, but here for now. And our next target's right there for Monday. That's it. Simple. You can even draw in something like that. Just like that. We're not using anything right now. No counts, no nothing. We're not counting anything. We can go back and look at it, though. Let's go look at it. A little bit clean chart here. Check other tools. 1, 2, 3. That's enough. We did it. That's all we needed to do. But I usually think it's going higher. So I think we're going up there. Right? 4. Right? And then 1, 5 up there. Whoa. There we are. Hello, ladies. Weekly trigger. Okay. Do this again. On here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? 1. We're going to look at this together. 4. We're making some assumptions here, right? 1, that's the market low. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, right? One did not violate. Whoa. 2. What about up there? 3, 4. That's pretty cool, isn't it? About that daily trigger, ain't it? So we got to watch that too, don't we? big, big, big inflection point. Trade into the close. As long as you stay below this red mark right here, pick this back up on Monday at 5:45. That's your jump point. Direction is higher, 5:55. We're looking to trade into the end of the month, 5:62. That's what I want to see. I don't know if we're going to see it. I don't know. I can't predict that shit. Five 55 would be 557.50. Right there. Failure of the weekly trigger. That's 562.5. And we're down. We got to remember that daily trigger. So this would be the next trade right here. That's it. We'll find out more information on the daily trigger. If we hold the daily trigger, the next trade is right here. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're going to hit that daily trigger. We're going to bust through it right there into beginning of May. We're going to trade right down there. And we're going to sweep that low right there and that fucking gap. That's 516.10. One more little fucker down there too. There it is, right there. Remember, we like pain, don't we? Yeah, there's the pain. You ever notice you close a gap and you break through it? That's where it happens, right there. Where is the 30th? We also know about this, like how this shit works, right? 28th, 29th, 30th. In and around there. We can even slide that over. Slide that over for more time. You're in a higher frame. We got the 5th over here. What's the last day of next week? Or the 9th. We got the 5th is Monday. And the 9th would be consolidation. We're starting to come up with a plan here, aren't we? Hey, check it out, baby. Shocker. Tack, 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 tack. Bam, bam. Make sense? Where's the short? The short's right here. There's two shorts. If you want the best part of the trade, it's there's the first one. No, hold on a second here. It's wrong. See that little gap down there, little fucker? Look at that thing. I missed that. Look at that little fucker right there. That's nasty. See that little, look at that little sneaky little fucker right there. This is when the bears tell you we're just going to close that, bro. We're just going to go down there and close it. Underneath, bye-bye. Back test. Close the gap. Worst case scenario. I missed that little fucker right there. And then down right here. Right there. We gotta try to escape over here, don't we? Can't give that up, can we? If we give that up, where do we go? Down. That's 510, right? We give that up, then we're going all the way down here, aren't we? We go down. We're not there yet, so. Draw this out better. Hold on here. What happened there? Instigation, right? Full move. Just look at this really quick. Market low, all the way up, all the way down. Make sense? Let me mute this over here. You get the market low all the way up. Worst case scenario, if we get that high, should be this over here, right? If we hold that, we're going all the way up, right? Okay. So we got that one there. We got this one here. Damn it. Hold on a second here. We got that one right there, right? That one's good. That one right there goes up, up, and then down 2. We don't even really need that. Do we need that squiggle line? No. Rid of that one. That's pretty good. I think that's fairly good. So there we go. Expectations. I don't see this gap closure right now. I don't see it, but we'll put it in there. But let's look and see what we got going on here. Okay, into the close. We have not broke. We did what we needed to do here. There's no requirement that we go any higher. For us to go long, we would need to be above 550, 552, 50 to be more exact. I'd like to see like the close be 55 or 50, 55 to 0.50 and hold to continue. But we're not doing that, are we? 347. We're not making a new high at the moment, are we? So we can't take that trade yet, can we? So we look back on Monday for a dip to buy either at 547.79, 544.30. Brutal would be 533.48. We are in a low liquidity environment. We're in a lot of volatility, so you can't rule that out. That would be where we back test this daily trigger, blast through, and come straight back up like violent. Oof. Like literally. Wake up Monday morning, Tuesday, wham, wham, back up again and off and running. I don't think we go there low percent. This probability is very low, 15 to 30%. With volatility, I can understand. But for right now, heading into this close, we are on trend. And as long as we are on trend, where are we buying? We're buying anything right here. We're buying anything right here. Or we buy above here. Make sense? So we don't do shit. We ain't doing nothing right now. Here is your hourly block. We failed to get the new high. We got the high. We got the low, which was higher than that low, but we're kind of indecision, aren't we? There ain't shit to do in here. Park our asses in here and don't get caught. If the market goes up and you get up here, you execute along. If the market breaks down below right here, makes a low and a new low, you take the short. If the market comes down here on Monday and we make a new high, right? Bam, bam, we're off and running. We're in business, right? If you've got an hourly candle on Monday that looks like this and like this and like this, and we hold and we trade above the intraday high, we're in business again to right here and higher, right? Up, up, and away. We ain't using nothing right now. We're not using any triggers, no velocity, no nothing. Fairly easy to see, right? Is there a trade on an hourly basis here? No. On a 1 minute basis into this close, let's take a look. Now we start using what? We use triggers, but we can also just use candles, can't we? Let's find out what happens into the bell today. We now have an indecision candle on an hourly basis. We have a low right here. And we have a high right here into the close. Fairly easy. As we get into this close right now, let's see if we can trade. Oh, what happened? Well, low, high, new high. New high, just beat that one. Right there. Right there. We got to sneak up there again. Uh-oh. We don't have a lot of time left, do we? We only got a few days left, bro. We got a whole weekend. We only got 2 sessions next week, bro. No, we got 3 sessions. Only got 3 sessions. We talking about going all the way back down here? Come on. Give me the high close, baby. Do what they did on March 30th the other way. Take it all the way up instead of down. We got places to go, bro. Make it definitive. You know we're gapping up over the weekend, right? That's right. They are trying to front run it. We're going to come into next week's earnings, guys, and we're going to sell the fuck out of that shit. What's the exit liquidity? Next week. All these bulls are going to be fucking like, woo, yeah. And I'm going to be telling you, sell, 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 sell. Let's get the fuck out of here. Sell these FOMO suckers. We're going to make these fucking FOMO bulls fucking eat shit for like a week. Well, it doesn't start. They won't be eating shit the beginning of next week. They should be eating shit like Thursday, Friday, next weekend, and the weekend after. We're going to rope them and dope them sideways. Fucking Condor's going to come in from like the 5th to the 9th and just fucking bounce around. It's going to be terrible. We're going to assign a bunch of bullshit to it when it's all just candle action and time frames. Get up there right now. We know where we're going, bro. We got a weekend to murder fucking options to the upside. Get the price we want up there. We only got 3 more days after that. Get up there into the close. Start ripping. We already know where we're going, duders. We know you're going, dealers. We know. Up, up. Remember, we're on a 1-minute basis here. Remember what I said about closing above that red box. You're going to get your ass gaped on Monday. Oh, yeah, baby, send it up there for me. Bring it up there for daddy. Let's go. Where are we right now on SPX Gamma? We're coming back for the yellow box, baby, so that we can trade the red box higher. Where's that red box target cap? 5,500 on SPX. I bet that corresponds pretty fucking close to 562 and 560 cap. You'll be here next week when they start doing these earnings, and some FOMO degen is gonna go, bro, you think we're going up? Think that ER is gonna print? You're gonna be like this, peeling your money back, going, yeah, kid, we're going up there. They're going up. You're gonna be like, here's some calls, son. What'd you do? I just sold that degenerate calls. So terrible. It's so bad. God damn, those 548s fucking murdered it today. Those things are badass. Those things are killing it. Still fucking humping. Look at those things. Still $2.30. Woo! No, price or time. Oh, you just logged in. If you want my thesis, we go straight the fuck up. We're going to go straight the fuck up from now till we hit 62. Then we're going to fucking fade the fuck out of that shit. And then once we're done fading it, we're going to go sideways and down. There's going to be plenty of room for these fucking bulls. I love it. I didn't mean to yell at you. I didn't see that you fucking that you just logged in. We're going up, duder. When I told you I think we're gonna make this new high in the. I told these guys I don't think we're gonna do all the bullshit. Well, all right. Hold on there, problem child. Problem child. Oh, God, he's going to be like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Problem child, if we close higher than this prior intraday high, I expect we just start fucking gapping. Wake up Monday in a gap and we're done. If we don't close with a new high in the day, look for a pullback on 544 to go higher, possibly even 531. I don't think so. We don't have a lot of time left in front of us. There's also a sneaky gap down below here. We're at sneaky gap right here. I don't think we go this low. I'm just going to get rid of this one. I think that's bullshit, to be honest. Possibly the deepest it would go if we stay on trend is 533.58. We have low liquidity environments. I would have preferred this trade if we failed to get the new high, though. I would have preferred it. I do think we do the gap and go, right? We don't have to, like, if I was a dealer, I wouldn't have to pay anybody. I get the theta burn all weekend, get the target price. Bunch of suckers on Monday going down, right? But, you know, maybe the dealers like you this week. If we don't get the new high on the close here, and you're going to be looking for a pullback on Monday, like right here to go higher. That's the gap. 55750. Gap target right here. 55750 right there. If we get the new high in the close, that would be the gap. We'd bounce back down and make the rest of this next week, okay, in a smaller frame. Now, if we fail to do this, when we come back on Monday, I'd be looking for a dip to buy lower. There's a sneaky gap down here that could get filled, but I doubt it. I don't think we have enough time to fill that gap. We could save that gap to come back for and mess with that fucker back over here. We got a lot of room down here to fuck with these tech companies, all these bullshit reporters, right? Go up here next week, start getting that tech shit. Start blooding the fuck out of the week, right? Start blooding it on the 30th. Start blooding this shit down. More bullshit noise from bulls. Come down, suckers everywhere. And then we start looking at this. What are we doing here? Well, we digest. We rotate money into what? Out of big tech and into mid caps and small caps. Liquidity dries up. Quote unquote, we're going to digest what the fucking, what do you call it, did? Tech earnings did, right? We're going to bounce around in here and then we're going to take off and we're going to do our summer trade to that big ass red box I showed you, or big ass red box. Or if price shows us the way differently, and we begin to lose this over here, uh-oh, we know we can go where? We already know, don't we? We can go to 567.70 and maintain. But if we break that 467 and we catch a new low, oh, baby, the bears are going to be happy. But any bear that tells you this is going to happen is lying their asses off. They have no fucking idea if it's going to happen. So any bear telling you we're going here is wrong. They don't know for sure. There's no crystal ball for that. Any bull that's telling you we're going to break out, get this, they want that, but there's no guarantee they're going to get it. And if anything, a bull needs to break or reject this, hold this. Now a bull could say, hey, we got a new high, Cap. If we get that new high, when we get a high like that, the bull's telling you we're going to trade a failure of all-time highs would be true by mid-July, but we're not there yet. We're not there yet. Fuck, we could go in here and just do this bullshit in the middle of July. That's uglier, because that shows you a flat correction for a major move to the downside. So we'll watch all this stuff as it happens. Anybody telling you we're going up to close the gap at the failure is lying to you. Anyone that tells you that we're going down to below 46.70 on SPX and we're going to start doing the depression trade is lying to you. We are at a major inflection point that is going to decide where we're headed for the summer and for the rest of the year and next year, believe it or not. We're in a very major place here to find out what we're going to be doing for the rest of spring and summer. And we'll know more as time passes. For right now, expectations. If we get the new high, are we getting the new high? Did we get the new high? We're almost there. Expectations in the next week. Trading 562 unless we begin losing real fucking support. 562 is the way. It is 4:02 p.m. I hope that you had a great day with me. I will see all of you on Monday. Get the fuck outside. Get outside. Go to a fucking bar and just dance. Go to the street and walk. Go do anything. Wave to somebody. I'm a human. All I think about is doom and war and tariffs, and I just want to dance. Get out and fucking get with people that are not looking at this shit all day long and say, get me out of my house. Get me out of my basement. Get me out of my office. Get me out of my backyard. Get me out of my mom's house. Get me out of my grandparents' house. Get me out of my shack. And breathe. And we'll come back to it on Monday. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. Is that new high there? What is that? Oh. What's that right there? What are you doing, Spoos? What the fuck are you doing? Oh, and you made the new... Oh, you at least breached the halfway point. Look at that thing right there. The fuck you do?